And away we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. The 4-hour sports talk entertainment extravaganza. That is the Rob Brown Show. Goes right this very second. Welcome in, y'all. Happy Thursday. Great to have you. I hope your week is just beyond excellent so far, my dudes and my dudettes. If you're a Dodgers fan, it's not. If you're a Twins fan, it's not. If you're a Braves fan, it's going to stop being that about 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight when the Atlanta Braves get eliminated from postseason baseball because they got dominated last night, and it was not fun at all. I had more fun watching Celebrity Jeopardy featuring Katie Nolan than I did watching the Braves last night. Bryce Harper made the Atlanta Braves look like bleep last night, and it was, and I mean this, not fun at all. It was not fun in the least. We're going to get into that here in just a little while. We got some college football. We got Emily Adams and Rashad Beard coming up in the third hour of the show. It's Thursday. You know what that means. We've got Fight Club with the great one coming up this morning at 10:20.
No, that would be 9:20.
9:20?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because 4 hours, obviously.
I mean, if you want, we can do it in the office at 10:20 if you like.
We do it in the office every day.
Wrestling. That's what we do in the office. Wrestling.
It's music and wrestling in the Fortress of Nerditude. That other seductive voice that you hear this morning is, of course, that of our executive producer and co-host, the good-looking half of the show. The great one, Lonzo, is here. Hi, Zoe.
Good morning, Rob. How are you today?
I'm excellent, Lonzo. How are you today?
I am doing well. So glad that you two asked me that.
It's my pleasure exclusively. Thank you for taking the time to be here this morning.
It is my job.
Y'all, what do you want to talk about? Baseball? I don't want to talk about baseball. Do you understand how disappointing it is for a guy who literally gets paid to talk about baseball to not want to talk about baseball? I mean, I guess we can talk about the LA Dodgers, because if there is one bit of good news for the Atlanta Braves, it's that they're not the Los Angeles Dodgers, I guess. The Dodgers got swept. 2 games in LA, 1 in Arizona. Last night, the Diamondbacks became the first team in Major League Baseball history to have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 home runs in a single inning. The Dodgers starters in games 1, 2, and 3 were responsible for a grand total of, I believe, 7 outs in 3 games. Starting pitching was responsible for a total of 7 outs for the Dodgers. I mean, I guess at least the Braves aren't the Dodgers. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you that at this point, I think I can go ahead and rev up the engine on the I told you so machine. I think I can go ahead and point out that I tried to warn you. I tried to warn myself. Like, really, I was talking myself off the ledge. I think Lonzo would agree that he and I and basically every other sports talk radio show host with a microphone, to some degree, use this platform as our own kind of individual therapy.
Yeah, and we get paid very little, but we don't have to pay somebody else.
That's right.
So, I mean, there's that.
We should probably all be obligated to pay y'all to listen to our problems.
No. We don't need to do that.
We couldn't if we wanted to. We use this as therapy, right? As sports fans, this is where we get to vent too. The Braves are they were the best offense in the regular season all time. And I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to feel a whole heck of a lot better next year if the Braves hang a banner that says greatest offense ever in the regular season. It does nothing. It accomplishes nothing. They don't hang banners for regular season offense, which is why when this postseason began, and I told you that since the beginning of October, the Philadelphia Phillies had more dingers than the Atlanta Braves because they had more dingers than everybody.
It's like that time when the Patriots, when they used to be good, and they went through an entire season and didn't lose until the Giants beat them.
Yep.
It's like that.
Quick, remind me, Lonzo, did they hang a banner for that the next year at Gillette?
I don't believe they did.
I don't think they did either. More single season wins than anybody else ever, but then we got beat by Eli. I don't think that went up in Gillette. So This is the point that I was trying to give to you, Bravos fans, back before the playoffs started, when I said, hey, my dudes, when I said, hey, Braves fans, we're in trouble. The Phillies are good. No, the Phillies aren't good. The Phillies right now are the hottest team in Major League Baseball. Look out for the Phillies. And everybody said, Rob, you're a naysayer. Rob, we have the greatest offense in the history of Major League Baseball. And I said, I know. And you would think, even if you just looked at the Braves and the Dodgers, you would think that at some point you'd come to the realization that that doesn't matter. Postseason baseball is a different breed, man. It's a different thing. It is about momentum, and it is about pitching. Now, I've told you guys before, I don't love using intangibles as my reason for predictions and prognostications. I don't use intangibles because I don't get down with things that are unquantifiable. You can't ordinarily tell me what that means. You can't go, oh, they have the momentum, and I can tell you that because X, Y, and Z. Except for this, because I could tell you. Since October 1st, or excuse me, since like September 1st, not October 1st. Since September 1st, the Philadelphia Phillies had quantifiably the hottest offense in Major League Baseball. Since September 1st, the Atlanta Braves did not. Since September 1st, Philadelphia was sending more baseballs into the crowd than anybody else. They were putting more runners on base than anybody else. Guys, I go back to the one win the Braves have in this series back in game 2, and I would like to point out to you that Philly left 11 base runners stranded in that game. If the Braves didn't come off with one of the most ludicrous defensive stands late in that game of all time, they should have been out last night. The Braves should have been swept in this series. It was a great win in game 2. Austin Riley was clutch, both offensively and defensively. Money Mike was great on that 8-5-3 double play. About as good as you could ask for. But there's no reason Atlanta should have been in a position to win that game. Philly had 11 base runners they left on board. You can, this is why I talk about momentum in the playoffs. You can quantify that. I can tell you what I mean by momentum for Philadelphia. Just about every offensive statistic going into this NLDS, including Philly's domination of Miami in the wild card round, every offensive statistic went the way of the Philadelphia Phillies. And, by the way, what's the other thing I always tell you matters in the baseball playoffs? Pitching. Zach Wheeler was a stud. Ranger Suarez in game 1. I said on the night of game 1, if you don't win both in Atlanta, you're losing this series. It's going to be ridiculously difficult to take one away from Philly. But if you were going to take one away from Philly, last night was the one you needed. Aaron Nola was wowing me with the control that he had off the bump last night. Guy was pitching a remarkable baseball game. You chased him in 5.1. I mean, for a guy that was throwing as well as Nola was throwing last night, getting that guy off the bump after 5.1 was spectacular. But you couldn't do anything else. And your pitching got shelled. Bryce Elder has become a shell of who he was. My man, I'm trying to think of another pitcher this year or in recent memory that had the tale of two halves that Bryce Elder had this year. An all-star in the first half of the season and nothing in the back half, including the playoffs. So you get shellacked, and on top of getting shellacked, it's not like Philly went out there and they needed a miracle to beat you by 1, and you can come out tomorrow and go, okay, you got us by a little, but we're getting you back tonight. They kicked every part of your backside last night. And in the process of doing so, they have lit a fire underneath their fan base. So now you have to, facing elimination, you have to win Game 4 in Philly. And what's going on in Philly right now? Bryce Harper is being the Braves killer. He did it last night with a pair of home runs, stared down Orlando Arcia both times he ran by. And what's Orlando going to say at that point? Fight me, bro? No. You got to go, you got us, dog. You got me again, bro. You got me again. Bryce Harper's a killer. Trey Turner's a killer. Brandon Marsh is a wizard in left field. This Philadelphia team played perfect baseball last night. And now you've got to go play a team that beat you in Game 1 with the same pitcher who's going to throw tonight, that beat you in Game 1, even though you got a 2-run gem out of Spencer Strider. You couldn't do anything with it. He's going to go tonight. You got to do it in the most difficult ballpark to play in America, in Citizens Bank. And oh, by the way, as if the Philly fans weren't drunk and obnoxious enough, and as somebody who sometimes gets drunk and obnoxious, I'm not judging them for it. I'd be the same way. But as if Philly fans weren't drunk and obnoxious enough, now not only are they furious by the smack talk the Braves laid down after win number 2 or win in game number 2, but now they get an opportunity to watch their team put away their biggest rival, I think, and punch a ticket to the NLCS to do it in the process. And in their park, the Braves aren't winning tonight. There's nothing tonight that the Braves can do. Unless Spencer Strider throws a 6 or 7 inning shutout. Unless he takes a no-no into the 5th or the 6th, there is nothing the Atlanta Braves can do to win tonight. Like it all. Nothing. There's nothing. You're done. The season is over. And this is not, I like to sometime push the alarm button. We can still do that, right? I like to push the alarm button.
Listen, man, I don't do requests. The fact that you're wanting me to do it, that means you're trying to use that reverse psychology. Like if I play it, I won't play it because you want me to play it. And it's just not, it doesn't work that way.
Alarm. I like to sometimes facetiously punch the alarm on the Atlanta Braves. It's kind of a fun little gimmick. It's kind of a fun little shtick we've done here on the show over the past couple of years. I'm not kidding. This is not me having fun. I'm not having fun. This is not a good time.
They are on the edge of elimination.
They're done.
Of course it's not a good time for you, especially with the showing last night. You don't get beat that bad and think that they're going to come back. But it's baseball. They could turn it around today and win like 10-1.
I got zero reason to believe that. The pitching's not good. The most historic offense in regular season baseball, is asleep at the wheel. Travis d'Arnaud can barely hit the ball. Austin Riley got a dinger, and that's all he's done. Matt Olson has done very little. He's got a couple of base hits.
So it sounds
Marcell
like
Ozuna doesn't know what a base runner is supposed to do anywhere.
Sounds like the first round bye in baseball is a mistake.
That's been the argument. And we may have that argument later in the show because the Dodgers just got bumped. They had a first round bye.
Because in football, you get it because you want that first round bye to heal.
Yeah.
And that's really what it's more about. I mean, you could lose your rhythm a little bit in football, but I think it's easier to pick that back up. But in baseball, if the slump starts because you had a rest, you're not going to recover from that.
Yeah, it takes a while to come out of a slump. If you're the Braves, you better hope it takes 4 games. Because now you got to win back-to-back, and the first one is in Philly, where those fans are going to be ludicrous tonight. Did you hear them last night? They were overpowering the announcers doing the tomahawk chop to troll the Braves. And the Braves can't do anything about it. They're down 8. What are you going to do? And every time that they got anything going, Philadelphia would just hit another dinger. Nothing you can do. It was a fun season. I enjoyed the regular season. We had our ups and downs. We had a good time. I will always love that I got to watch the most historic regular season offense of all time. I don't care that the game got... I was initially frustrated because I'm like, they moved the game to 8 o'clock, right? All the other series are done. This is the last one. Oh, man, they moved it to 8 o'clock. I'm not watching this game. I got no reason to. I'm going to watch the game, but it's going to be a background distraction for me. I'm not like basing my day around the game.
All right. So no one believes you.
Lonzo last night.
This is going to be your focus until it looks like they're going to lose, and then you move on. It's your team, man.
Last night, sixth inning, the Braves were down 6. You know what I was doing? I was on the couch playing Celebrity Jeopardy with the fiance. We were playing Jeopardy because that was more fun than watching my team get crushed. And I've got 0 reasons to think that they're back in it tonight.
Did you lose at that too?
No, I killed it.
Okay.
I killed Celebrity Jeopardy.
All right. Good for you. I mean,
me and Katie Nolan were just like, we were one last night.
I don't even know who that is. She sounds controversial.
No, she's fun. I like Katie. Let's take a break. I'm not going to, are we going to talk baseball? Do you guys does anybody, like, do Braves fans even want to talk baseball right now? I don't. I kind of had to there because I think it is one of the bigger stories in the world of sports right now. But it's over, man. It's over. What? You're still here? It's over. Go home. Chicka-chicka. Coming up in the next segment. I've told you for a while, all we need is just a little patience when it comes to Bryce Young. Because I've told you, I think it's a figuring out process for the guy. I think you need just a little patience. I can't whistle. I'm not the only one who thinks that way.
I thank God nearly every day, or I should, that you cannot whistle.
There's another offensive mastermind in the NFL who said he thinks Bryce Young's going to be and I quote, baller. I'll tell you who it is when we come back. My name is Rob Brown. The Great Malonzo's on the ones and twos. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Thursday. It's the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, I got a live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Time you go in, you get the therapy at the site of the joint pain, you get back to your day-to-day life just like that. QCkinetics.com or give them a buzz right now at 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772. Mention the Rob Brown Show and get your first consultation for free with our friends at QC Kinetics. And I forgot to push the loop button, so all of you got a wonderful behind-the-scenes look at what a live read looks and sounds like.
My fault, dude.
No, it's not. It's one of the 3 things I have to do every day.
No, you don't. I was working on
Adam, let me begin by saying, ouch, and then also say, yeah, pathetic. Pathetic. Now, it's half joke, and it's half, bro, this Phillies team is phenomenal, man. This Phillies team is really good. And this is the one that I have been pointing out for a while, right? Like, as much as I hate the cliche, momentum wins playoff games. Momentum wins playoff games. I've said it. I've hung on that. And, it kind of is what it is.
That's 800-210-1005. Not all water heaters are made equally.
I would love to watch the Braves correct what I said, but This team's really good. I knew we were in trouble when Bryce Harper showed up in the Deion Sanders Colorado shirt that said personal. I was like, oh, okay, well, we're in trouble. Braves 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position, 2 for 12 in 2 losses. Cool.
By the way, mute us for a second.
Sure. Give us 30 seconds. Stream will be right back.
It's also a really bad sinus day. So thanks to the rain and all the dander in here from, long hair. Someone needs to do something about that. Mad World in the next break.
Mad World in the next break.
And there's something major in Fight Club that you're going to love and you're going to hate, and it has nothing to do with wrestling. So
I'm trying to think of what MMA story that might be. People got it in them to be very good. And now there is an NFL head coach that is pretty much setting the standard for offense right now that agrees with me. And that head coach, ladies and gentlemen, is the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniels. Mike McDaniels.
Okay. All right. So you think he's being serious? The most sarcastic coach in all of, even more than Popovich, because McDaniel can do it and make you smile while Popovich just makes you want to smack him. So I just, okay. All right.
Mike McDaniel was asked about Bryce Young on Wednesday for whatever reason, and he responded with these comments, and I quote, "Bryce Young is a baller with a bright future. He's one of the few young quarterbacks that you see coming out that sees defenders when operating as a quarterback. His vision is uncanny, and his timing and rhythm to the game, you can see that he's going to be a very good player in this league, in my opinion. There's nothing more difficult than being a rookie starting quarterback. In that process, you learn live speed. What I've seen is a guy that's showing his talent through the rhythm of plays and showing certain things with regard. He's uncanny in the pocket, how he moves, and he'll continue to get better and better at it, extending plays, and throws a very catchable ball that's built for yak. There's a reason why the guys that he's played with in college, that how much respect they have for him. If you don't believe me, just ask any Bama player, and then you can tell why he's earned the respect of not only other rookies, but veterans on that team," end quote. McDaniel pointed out that he has had conversations with Adam Thielen, Ike Ekwonu, and others, all of who have said good things about Bryce Young. No, I don't think Mike McDaniel's being sarcastic here.
Hey, who does Miami play this week?
Miami this week is who is Miami playing this week? Oh, that's right, the Carolina Panthers. That's right. And they're going to put 50 on him. But Bryce Young doesn't play defense.
I mean, talking nice about is uncanny vision? Is that what you said? Uncanny vision?
His vision is uncanny, and his timing and rhythm to the game, you can see that he's going to be a very good player in this league, in my opinion.
Well, I'm seeing signs of you really starting to read this and getting to see what he's actually doing here, which is hilarious. He's being sarcastic. He's being nice to the team that they're playing. His uncanny vision. I just that stood out to me. that vision of throwing to the other team. So he is salivating knowing that his defense is going to get fed by Bryce Young. So you talk nice about him because you know he's going to help your team out. I just do the Panthers have a chance against Miami?
No, but neither does about 20 other teams in the league.
But why do they not have a chance?
Now, I'll tell you right now, first and foremost, I am very much considering, and I'm going to get laughed at by some of y'all right now, and I accept that. I'm good with it.
I will laugh at you for a solid 8 seconds.
I think I'm taking the Carolina Panthers to cover this weekend. I think I'm taking the Panthers to cover.
What's the line?
I'm looking it up right now to see if it has moved since the last time I checked. This line opened up, if I recall correctly, in the neighborhood of Miami minus 12.5. It is now Miami minus 13.5. So the betting public likes Miami to cover up 2 touchdowns. I haven't decided yet. I might take Carolina to cover this number. Not an outright win, obviously, but to cover the number, to be inside of 13. Listen, I understand what you're saying, and I can't say you're wrong because maybe this is Mike just trying to play nice with the opponent before they line it up on Sunday. But I am stunned by the fact that it feels to me like patience doesn't exist anymore. Like there's no such thing as a learning curve. Either you come in as a Pro Bowler or you suck. And that's the only 2 options here.
All right, looking at Miami's record so far, they don't win by much usually, except for against the Broncos. And if you use that transitive thing, are the Panthers as bad as the Broncos? If they are, or worse, then the Dolphins will put up like 95 points on the Panthers.
The Panther defense last week was the worst we've seen it in 2 years. Agree? 42 by the Lions. Worst we've seen it.
Yeah, it was not good.
No, it was not good, Jim.
It was kind of quitting on the coach type of thing.
I don't agree with that. I think they had a bad day. All right. Now, you might not be wrong, right? Because we did have, for the first time, a wide receiver come out, John Mingo, a rookie wide receiver. No, sorry, TMJ, a third-year wide receiver come out. Not a truly established veteran.
He hasn't played enough snaps in like a couple games to even be called a regular.
Yeah. TMJ comes out and says, I don't know why I didn't play. I don't understand it. And basically forced the issue on Frank Reich. So yes, there is absolutely, that's why I said on Tuesday's show, you are, if you're the Carolina Panthers, at a very dangerous crossroads right now because it does indeed feel like this team is teetering up on the edge of quitting. It feels like this team is right on the edge of giving up on Frank Reich, of giving up on the coaching staff. And if they do that, that'll set this team back further than anything else that can happen as far as playing other teams, right? If they quit on Frank Reich, if they quit on Ejiro Evero, that'll set them back further than anything. And by the way, Ejiro Evero has a massively important reason to get this defense butts in line. Remember, Evero was expected to be a DC in Carolina for a single year and get a head coaching job next year. But my question is, if this defense plays like it did against Detroit again, is there anybody that's going to go, yeah, that's our guy, the guy that his team quit on him halfway through the season?
I want to point out earlier on, I think it was the preseason, we were talking with Rashad, and I was saying that I have a problem with the defense because I didn't think they were playing up to their potential, and I still don't. I am curious, can you rail against ownership and not rail against the coach? I don't think you can. So maybe the coach is in the middle here, and maybe the coach has been put in a position, like a lot more reports coming out talking about how the coaching staff wanted CJ Stroud and management ownership said Bryce Young.
Which I don't believe, by the way.
Maybe this is a situation where this coach has been put in a position to fail. So if you're a player and you know that that's it, that they're not putting the pieces around you for you to win, the only way to rail against management is to rail against the coaching staff.
I think that theory takes a lot of tinfoil. I do. I
have a big head, so I mean, it just
I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think that I don't think there's any way to justify, the coaches want CJ and Fitter overruled them, because going back and looking at Frank Reich,
I can show you
about the picks of Bryce Young, Frank Reich was all but levitating at the podium.
I can show you a bunch of articles that have not resurfaced but been written again currently, and this was just last week talking about that.
By who?
So I'll have to look it up.
Please and send them to me. I'm not poo-pooing them instantly.
Because last time you said that, I think I sent you 95 articles.
Again, I'll be interested.
And you wanted me to stop.
But if this is radio show host X that goes, I got a source that says, all right, like, cool, but I wouldn't put any more stock in that and hearing anybody else say it. But again, I think they made their pick. I don't even think they picked the wrong guy. I think the panic meter is through the roof because people look at that offer, and the only thing that matters, right? And this is what I'm driving at initially. It feels to me like we've hit a point where the only thing that matters is the number on the front half of the record. That's the only thing that matters. I think NFL fans have lost the ability to look down the road. I think NFL fans have, and I understand, like, I want to win on Sundays because that's my Sunday, right? This Sunday, me and the lady friend, we're going to go out somewhere. We're going to watch the game at 1:00. Our game, the Saints game. We're going to go watch the Saints game. Yeah, do I want to win? Of course, because if we win at 3:30, I'm going to, hey, we won. Great day. Woo. But at the end of the day, NFL franchises got to look down the road. And I think NFL fans, and I think Carolina's a wonderful example of that right now, have lost the ability to look down the road. And I get it. I've said this a number of times. If you do the math, a rebuilding season is painful for a fan. The average life expectancy in the United States of America is hovering around what? 85? 80, 82, 83, 80, 45, somewhere in that region. The average life expectancy in the United States, let's say for the sake of easy math, it's 85. If you start liking football, like watching football when you're 10, you got 75 years of being a football fan, right? Which means that a rebuild season is like 1.25% of your entire football watching life. That's kind of a big number if you think about your entire life. And so anytime that a team has a one-year rebuild, they are telling you effectively 1% of your opportunity to enjoy football, we're tanking. We're tanking. But the reality is that 1.25% or whatever, I'm real bad at math, judge away. That 1.25%, make sure that the next 1.25%, you actually got a chance to get a title. You know how many fans have died without ever seeing their favorite team never win a championship? A lot. A lot. You're lucky if you get one. I think some of us kind of set the bar with, Tom Brady and the Patriots. They got 6, and then Brady went somewhere else and got 7. Yeah, but that was honestly, probably a once-in-a-lifetime type of franchise run. Not many teams are going to stumble into a Tom Brady. It's just not going to happen, right? So I get the frustration in this team being bad. But I think NFL fans have lost the ability to look down the road to see a future that you have to build now. I think NFL fans expect their team to be a mansion and don't have the patience to watch the foundation get laid. That's basically what this is. You've got Mike McDaniel, a guy who is running one of the most prolific offenses in the National Football League right now. It'd be one thing if they go, hey, what do you think about Bryce Young? And he goes, yeah, I think the kid's got a future. He's got good vision. Let's go. Next question. My man went on about BY for a minute. Now, was he maybe just being overly nice to try to pump up Bryce Young a little bit, get him overconfident, make some mistakes? Absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. But how many times do we see that happen in the NFL? Very rarely. Most of the coaches are just going to hit you with, yeah, I think he's this. I think he's that. I think he can do this. It is what it is. Let's move on. He had like 2 paragraphs of good stuff to say about BY's future. And that's what I've been harping on the whole time. Look to the future. Don't look for right now. If the only thing that's going to make you happy is a week-by-week W, it's going to be a long life for you as an NFL fan. It just is, my guys. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. And when we do, we have got a couple more things that I want to get to in this hour of the show. I asked you last week, South Carolina Gamecock fans, what your thoughts were on the state of the Gamecocks as of today. How do you feel the program is right now? You know who got asked that yesterday? Shane Beamer. I'll give you some of his answers when we come back. I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. This is the Fan Upstate.
My world.
All right, guys, one more live reading, then we're back. Don't go anywhere. right, y'all. Thanks for hanging in there. Love the peeps.
Marshmallow peeps?
I do like peeps, actually. I think peeps get a bad rap. You know what I made last night? I should have brought you some because I made a lot. I made baked ziti last night for the first time.
Did you?
Yeah, with ricotta and everything. It was delicious. The only thing
did you like stuff the ziti with the ricotta? Did you do it that?
No, I didn't go that deep.
Okay,
I thought about it. I really didn't think about it. I might
right.
do that next time. I might. What are the real big noodles? Do you know what those are? Do y'all know what those real big pasta noodles are? The ziti I got were just like medium-sized little tubes, and I was like, now I'll tell you what I might do. I might go get one of those like food injector syringes, like a big food syringe.
I know what you're talking about.
And I might do that next time.
I don't know. I don't know if you might want to get like for icing or frosting.
Yeah.
Because the other things are the output would be very. You'd have to.
Yeah. I'm gonna get one of those, and I might get the big noodles and stuff them with it next time. So I did turkey sausage. I did the low-fat ricotta. I mixed into it some mozzarella and Parmesan, and then some Italian seasoning over the top. layered the meat gravy, then the ziti, then the cheese, then more ziti, then more gravy. And I'd like to thank the Sopranos for my inspiration to cook this week.
I'm sure they appreciate it.
It was delicious, though. I accidentally made way too much. Last week, I asked South Carolina fans to check in and give me their thoughts on the state of Gamecock football. Are you happy? Are you unhappy? Have we done enough? Have we not done enough? Shane Beamer has given his response to that exact same question. His answer was, and I quote, "I think the state of the program is fantastic right now," end quote. Now, obviously, Shano's got to say that. He's the head coach. Could you imagine a head coach coming out and going, "We suck. No, I'm not happy. We stink." They're 2-3, right? He said, quote, "Am I happy with being 2-3? No. Do we expect to be 2-3? No. Am I discouraged, or do I feel like we've had any kind of step back? No." Is that fair to say there's been no step back?
Well, no, till the end of the season. Depends what the record is at the end of the season. You still got time to recover. If you end up with a better record or at least equal, then you didn't take a step back.
And I guess this really is the overall question I should ask. Is the record 7 wins, 6 wins, 8 wins, 9 wins, 5 wins, is the record the only metric that is an indicator of the overall state of the program? Is that the only thing that we can look at and go, this shows that we took a step forward, a step back, or made no movement at all?
No, I think it's the eye test also, because we saw how players played or did not try under Muschamp. At least I think effort comes in. If you look at it, go, man, that dude, he ran 70 yards to make that tackle. That never would have happened under a Muschamp team. I think that also has to do with the state of the team.
So I would fill in one important thing that I think a lot of people who have been critical of South Carolina so far, and we'll have Emily Adams joining us at 8:40 this morning to talk Gamecock football. I think one of the things that has been overlooked is how difficult this schedule truly was to open up for South Carolina. The Gamecocks opened up with 3 ranked opponents, all of them on the road or at neutral sites. And I'll go ahead and tell you that while the Gamecocks travel well, the neutral site game at Charlotte was, I'm going to give you neutral site at best. South Carolina fans brought it, but North Carolina fans were pretty pumped up too. But you had number 1 in the country, Georgia. You had North Carolina. You were on the road at Tennessee. And even though Tennessee had taken that L to the Gators the week before, Tennessee was ranked number 21 in the country at that point, and they had not given up. They still haven't given up. That's a tough spot. Being sub 500 through the first part of the season was not necessarily unexpected to me. In fact, I think preseason, when we did our dubs and L's, I said 3-2 through the first 5 with an optimistic opinion of the North Carolina game, which was never a definitive win to me. That was always going to be one that was in question, because I told you guys before the season started, I think North Carolina is going to be good. Now, I think we're going to get an answer on whether or not the Gamecocks have taken a step forward or step backwards right now, the next 3 games. The Gamecocks have Florida this weekend. I think Florida would be a pretty good indicator of where this team is, Lonzo. I think that despite, and we've talked about the offensive line being as questionable as it is this year, I don't think it's unfair to say that there is a definitive lack of depth across the offensive line. Not having Antoine Juice Wells available for the majority of the season is a big-time problem. Xavier Legette has had to shoulder the load, and he's done a fantastic job of it. But just the reality is he's going to draw more attention by being him right now. Florida is a good indicator of where this team is. This is a team that 2 years ago, they stomped at home. Last year, they got stomped on the road. This year, it's back in Columbia. If this team drops a game to Florida, if this team falls to 2-4, I think I will be ready to say it's taken a step back. That doesn't mean they'll finish the season that way. It doesn't mean I want to evolve the viewpoint between here and the end of the year. But the reality here is a loss to Florida, a Florida team that has been questionable at best. They had a real good game. They are 4-2, but their wins came over McNeese State, Charlotte, Vanderbilt, and shockingly at the time, number 11, Tennessee. But that Tennessee game, that's a big matchup for Florida, right? And for whatever reason, Tennessee just cannot play in Gainesville. So it's almost an anomaly more than it is oh, look, Florida got much better. Then they're at Mizzou. This is a good Missouri team. But this is also a Missouri team sitting at 5-1 that just got beat by LSU, who is not the LSU we thought they were. They do have a ranked win over Kansas State. But outside of that, South Dakota, Middle Tennessee State, and Memphis. Oh, and Vandy, right? Again, I think a good Mizzou team, but not one that's blowing anybody away right now. And then you're at Texas A&M. A&M is, again, another decent team. They are 4-2 right now. The Aggie L's came at Miami, oops, and at home against Alabama, a resurgent Alabama. I think, Lonzo, the next 3 games are really the 3 games where we're going to get a big lesson on this Gamecock football program. At home against Florida, back-to-back roadies at Mizzou and at A&M. Then you got J-ville State. You better win that game. Then you got Vanderbilt. You better win that game. Then you got Kentucky. And I think the statement needs to be made before the Kentucky game.
Is there a possibility that they go 5-0 in the next 5 games before they get to Kentucky?
Absolutely. There's also a possibility they go 2-3 in the next 5. And I don't think that's that big of a step. Preseason, I thought Florida was a dub. I think Florida's got to be a dub, right? I think if you lose to Florida, there's going to be question marks. But Florida should be a dub. At Missouri is not a guaranteed win. That's a hard place to play. At Texas A&M, A&M might not be as bad as I thought they were. I could see 3-0 through these 3, not barring injuries. I could see 2-1. I could see 1-2. I can honestly see 0-3 in the next 3. If the Gamecocks go 0-3 in the next 3, Lonzo, the goodwill of Shane Beamer is gone at that point. Gone. We can talk about injuries. We can talk about rotational issues, transfers in and out, whatever. If you go 0-3 in the next 3, the goodwill is gone. What else did Shane Beamer have to say? Well, he went down into that press conference. He said, quote, I think the natural progression that people think in their minds is, okay, they won 7, then they won 8. Now they're just supposed to win 10 or 9. And we still may, who knows, there's a lot of football left. But I look at the big picture as far as everything, where we were when I got here in December of 2020, what we've done from a culture standpoint, and what we've done from a recruiting standpoint since we got here, the success that we've had on the field. I couldn't be more fired up. Let's take a look at those statements. Because, again, I don't think they're unfair to make. Culture? Absolutely. As Lonzo astutely pointed out a minute ago, Lonzo, one word to describe the culture at the end of the Muschamp era. What adjective would you go with? That's fair. And also change that mic flag before Diesel has a panic attack.
It's my own. I've had it for years. So whatever's on it, it's mine. So.
I think that is a fair description. What word would you use to describe the culture today, the culture of Gamecock football today?
Sunglasses looking at the sun.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit of pain, but you're enjoying the view.
Depends on how dark the glasses are. I mean,
Fair enough. You got some Dion's. You probably feel.
I didn't want
good.
to use the future so bright thing because that's used way too much by some other people. So, I mean, there's that.
The culture is absolutely, as the kids say, a dub. It's a win. It's good culture right now, without a doubt. You got people excited. The fan base is still showing up. You took your first L. The very next week after that L, you showed up. You packed the place against Furman. You packed the place in the last home game. Culture is absolutely a dub right now. From a recruiting standpoint, I want to say that's a dub. You're starting to get athletes, guys like Nicholas Harbor, that are showing up that probably wouldn't have considered you in the past. I think there's absolutely a win there. But I'd also say this. It's your third year. I look at the depth of this team. It's a problem, right? I would say it's the number one problem right now is a lack of depth on this football team. That is a recruiting question mark. So I'd like to say it's a win, but I can also circle a big problem. And then he says the success that we've had on the field. What's your response to that? Success on the field. Have they had it under Beamer?
Yes and no. I mean, again, if success is only defined by winning every game, then no. If success is defined by winning games you should and winning some you shouldn't, then I'd have to say yes.
I think that's fair. But I think that kind of describes, in a roundabout way, the issue here. The issue here is that the things that are being mentioned as overall dubs, culture, yes, without a doubt. It's a better culture now than it's been in a very long time. I live with a Gamecock. She is jacked up. Recruiting, yeah, you're getting some guys that you probably didn't have access to in the past on one hand. On the other hand, depth or lack of it means that you're probably not getting as deep into the recruiting as I'd like. That is a big problem. And success on and off the field, I just asked Zoe. He said, yeah, kind of. Yes and no. There are some games that you're winning that you're supposed to win, and that's great. There were a couple of games you weren't supposed to win. You did. That's great. But at the same time, it's not necessarily as consistent as you'd like to be able to lean on. So I'm going to say right now, the state of the Gamecock football program, it's okay, right? It's okay. Am I blown away? No. Some of y'all are. That's great. I'm not. I'm not blown away, but I'm also not writing it off. I am very simply going to say that the next 3 games for South Carolina might be the best indicator of where the program is. Florida, Mizzou, and Texas A&M, all winnable games, all losable games. You go 3-0, I'm going to go, you're in a great spot. You go 0-3, the goodwill's gone. It's time to start getting down to brass tacks to take that next step. Speaking of taking the next step, we should take the next step in the show. It was a terrible segue, but it was a segue that was needed. Ladies and gentlemen, the great one is about to deliver unto you. You're welcome. Some of the most important sports stories going on in this Rob Brown Show Sports Flash. And then we'll come back with hour number 2 in your water cooler cheat sheet next. Lonzo, please grace the people with your seductive stylings.
About to see if that poor segue leads to a poor report. The Houston Astros eliminated the Minnesota Twins 3-1 with a 3-2 win, setting up an American League Championship Series against the Texas Rangers. In the National League, the Diamondbacks swept the Dodgers with a 4-2 win and await the winner of Atlanta versus Philly. The Phillies beat the Braves 10-2, and Atlanta now faces elimination tonight in Game 4 at 8:07. Carolina Hurricanes opened the 2023 NHL season with a 5-3 win over the Ottawa Senators last night. The Hurricanes entered the year with the best odds in the league to win the Stanley Cup. Don't forget to tune in tonight at 7:30 as the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Denver Broncos on your home of the NFL football games and stuff right here on the Fan Upstate. By the way, Taylor Swift is going to be there.
Taylor Swift is going to be there?
Yes,
That's the update right there.
according to sources.
Sources. Hashtag sources.
Thank you, Josh. It's what I do.
Rigatoni. Is it rigatoni?
I think it might actually be rigatoni.
Rigatoni. Yeah. It looks like it. Yeah, I think you're right. Mediums. All right, let's see. Large pasta tubes. Cannelloni. Cannelloni.
I don't know. Cannelloni might be way too big.
I mean, if you're going to stuff it, though, right? Cannelloni means big reeds in Italian. They are small, short tubes of pasta.
Did you look up rigatoni, though?
Yeah. Rigatoni is a medium-sized noodle.
Yeah, because you don't want it too big, because if you get it too big, it's going to collapse. You want them to stay together, so rigatoni is probably the better move.
Apparently, with cannoli, so ziti you bake, which is what I did last night. It was great, and that makes the noodle like you cook, you boil them al dente, so not all the way cooked.
There's another way to do that, by the way. I'm pretty sure it would work with this because when we do our Christmas lasagna, we do not cook the noodles. We put it together the night before and let it set in the refrigerator.
Right.
So the sauce will soften the noodles before you put it in. So you could stuff the hard shell of those noodles, put it in the fridge, and then the next day the noodles should be soft if it works the same way the lasagna does. The thickness should be about the same. I mean, admittedly it would be a risk, but would it? I mean, if they fall apart, you still got the. I mean,
so the recipes I looked for the ziti was you cook them al dente. So you boil them about halfway to where you normally would, and then they finish cooking in the baking process.
Yeah.
Which I went a little bit more than halfway. So when I baked them, the noodles were a little bit not crispy, but just more rigid, I guess. So I'll probably cook them less time. And I assumed, though assumptions are not the greatest idea, I assumed you would do the same with cannelloni. You cook it about halfway, then stuff them, then let the baking cook them the rest of the way. But I also did cover the ziti in meat sauce. And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now. This is the Fan Upstate. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rob Brown, the great one himself, Sultan of Swag, Professor of Perfection, Wizard of Wave. On the other side of the metaphorical glass, if you missed it yesterday, we had what I thought was a most excellent interview with Tyson Jeffers, the GM, soon to be GM. I mean, he has been named the GM. He's in the Berg right now getting set up to begin operations of the new Spartanburg baseball program set to kick off in 2025. Love local baseball, buddy. Tyson Jeffers, wonderful job. If you missed that interview, it is up in its entirety at thefanupstate.com. Thefanupstate.com. Go to the middle of the page, go to the podcast section, drop it down to the Rob Brown Show, and then it should be right up there at the top. Phenomenal interview. Enjoyed it. I asked for any clues to the name. Tyson said absolutely not. Lonzo pressed him even further, and he went loose lips sink ships on us, would give us nothing.
I think you can deduce from the questions that I asked that it's not an animal. It's not an inanimate object. It's not, I forget what the other thing I asked. So it's probably has something to do with Spartanburg. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. Probably has something to do with Spartanburg.
He gave us nothing, dudes. And we tried. Well, you can't say we didn't try. We absolutely tried. He gave us nothing, man, at all. But it was a great interview nonetheless. So you missed that interview, go back and check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:00 in the morning. That means that it is time to inform you of the happenings in sports. It is time for the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?"
even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Yes, indeed. The 3 things you need to know before you go start talking sports around the water cooler at work. These are the top 3 stories in sports. Item number 1. Major League Baseball playoffs underway, ladies and gentlemen. 3/4 of the league championship series are set over on the American League. We are locked in with an all Lone Star State showdown. We know that the Texas Rangers ended up sweeping their side of the ALDS. They are in last night. They were joined by the Houston Astros, who won the ALDS 3-1 over the Minnesota Twins. A final last night of 3-2. Jose Urquidy, I can do this, got the dub last night. He went 5.2, gave up just 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 strikes, and only 1 walk. He ended up getting the win after the L was credited to Thielbar, who went 0.2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs, just 1 strikeout in that process. There were 6 hits recorded by the Astros last night. 2 of them went to Abreu. Brantley had 1. McCormick had a couple. And Yordan Alvarez, who is just on another level right now, got another one last night. Brantley's 1 hit was a 2nd inning solo home run. Jose Abreu also had 1 in the 4th inning, knocked in a couple of runs on that one. And that was all she wrote. The Astros joined the Rangers in the American League Championship. 1/2 of the NLCS is set as the LA Dodgers win 100 games in the regular season and win 0 games in the postseason. They were swept last night by the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks offensively just mashed in this series. Ketel Marte had a 3rd inning home run off of Lance Lynn. Christian Walker had a 3rd inning home run off of Lance Lynn. Perdomo had a 3rd inning home run off of Lance Lynn. Moreno had you want to take a guess at this one?
A home run off of Lance Lynn.
In the 3rd inning.
Okay.
If you're bad with numbers like me, that's 4 home runs off of Lance Lynn in the 3rd inning. He becomes the first pitcher ever, and the Diamondbacks become the first team ever to accomplish 4 home runs in a single inning in the postseason. Mookie Betts. It really is. It was inconceivable. It was unbelievable. It's not okay for the Dodgers. Mookie Betts 0 for 4. Freddie Freeman 0 for 4. JD Martinez 0 for 4. Jason Hayward 0 for 1. Taylor 0 for 3. I mean, it was a ridiculous struggle. Freeman and Mookie Betts, the 2 top guys in NL MVP vote getting a position for the LA Dodgers, had a .042 ERA in this, not ERA, batting average in this NLDS. The Dodgers, I mean, listen, regardless of what happens with the Braves, they're going to lose tonight. The series is over. But regardless of what happens, the Braves will be able to say, hey, at least we're not the Dodgers, who got embarrassed because they lost both at home and the first on the road. The Diamondbacks await the winner of the series between the Braves and the Phillies, which as of right now looks to likely be the Phillies. They now hold a 2-1 lead after they demolished the Braves last night, a 10-2 victory for the Phillies in a game that also wasn't that close. Bryce Elder takes the L. He gave up 5 hits and 6 earned runs through just 2.2 innings of work. It was like real bad for the Bravos. 11 hits combined last night for the Philadelphia Phillies. Here's the problem. The Braves had 10 hits. It wasn't like they weren't getting on the base. Ronald Acuna was 2 for 5. Ozzie Albies was 2 for 4. Austin Riley was 2 of 5. Matt Olson was 1 for 4. Marcell Ozuna was 2 for 4. The problem was the back half of the lineup couldn't do anything. All 11 hits came from the first 5 batters. 1 hit out of the back end of the lineup. Orlando Arcia had 1. Nobody else did at that point. Acuna had a double. Every other hit was a single. It was just not good for the Atlanta Braves. They left like a lot of runners stranded last night, which for a lot of teams is kind of the norm. It is a massive problem for Atlanta because they are a team built to win on RBIs. They are a team built to win on offense, on base runners, and they just couldn't get it done. They just could not get it done. This is going to be what is going to cost the Braves in this series when they ultimately lose. So your NLCS is not officially set, but it's about to be. 10-2 last night. The Phillies walk off the Atlanta Braves. Game number 4 and possibly the decisive game will take place tonight at 8:07 p.m. when the Braves are on the road at the Phillies. If the Braves lose, they are bounced. Item number 2. Yesterday was a bad day for the Charlotte Hornets. We are about a week away from the start of the NBA season. This is where optimism is supposed to reign supreme. Everybody is undefeated. Everybody's got a chance. But while the Milwaukee Bucks are rolling out their newly minted front 5, including Dame Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo, while Zion Williamson has made his way back for the Pelicans and had a decent showing out of the gate, the Hornets, on the other hand, are going the wrong direction. 2 bits of news yesterday that impact the team. One, not as much as the other, but the team yesterday waived 2021 first-round draft pick Kai Jones. Kai Jones went on X a couple of days ago and Instagram a couple of days ago, and he went live with a very weird video. And in that video, which you can go watch, but don't do it at work, in that video, Kai Jones, in a very cryptic way, seemed to be attacking members of his own team, seemed to be going after guys that were a Charlotte Hornet along with Kai Jones. Then we found out on Tuesday that former first-round draft pick Kai Jones had demanded a trade away from the team. Now, obviously, Charlotte started looking around, hoping that they would get some sort of offer for Kai Jones, but either they didn't or they didn't have the patience to wait for it. Yesterday, Kai Jones was cut from the Charlotte Hornets, an absolute definition of the word bust. But that was not all that happened yesterday. Obviously, we have been waiting to find out what the future would hold for Miles Bridges, a forward for the Charlotte Hornets, a guy that was expected to be a playmaker for the Charlotte Hornets. Yesterday, a criminal summons was issued for Miles Bridges for violating a domestic violence protective order, misdemeanor child abuse, and injury to personal property, according to a spokesperson for the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office in North Carolina. There was also an unserved arrest warrant for the 25-year-old Bridges, which was issued back on January 2nd for violating the domestic violence protective order, according to that spokesperson. Neither the warrant nor the summons was immediately available to ESPN because as of Wednesday night, they had not yet been served. A Hornets spokesperson responded by saying, quote, "We are aware of the reports and are in the process of gathering information." Back in November, Bridges pled no contest to a felony domestic violence charge and was sentenced to 3 years of probation but no jail time as part of a deal with prosecutors after being accused of assaulting his then girlfriend in front of their 2 children in May of 2022. The no contest plea meant Bridges accepted the conviction and punishment without formally admitting guilt. As part of that deal, Miles Bridges was ordered to obey the terms of a 10-year protective order, which included staying 100 yards away from and having no contact with the woman in the case. He was also required to complete 52 weeks of domestic violence counseling and 52 weeks of parenting classes, serve 100 hours of community service, and undergo weekly narcotics testing while not being allowed to own any guns, ammunition, or weapons. The incidents that led to the criminal summons being issued Wednesday occurred on Tuesday and involved the same woman. Remember, back in April, the NBA issued a 30-game suspension without pay for Miles Bridges, with 20 games already served as he sat out last season. The suspension meant that Bridges, who in July signed a 1-year, $7.9 million qualifying offer to return to the Hornets, would not play in the first 10 games of the upcoming regular season. Now it looks like he might not be a Hornet at all. It was a bad day for the Charlotte Hornets yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to item number 3. We mentioned earlier to you that Mike McDaniels had some good things to say about Bryce Young, and I think did what I've been trying to do in asking all of you for just a little patience. Whistle, 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 whistle. Whistle, 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 whistle. Well, Frank Reich is looking for patience too. He's also trying to adapt the playbook. The Carolina Panthers have, according to reports including from the Associated Press, begun, everybody on the stream, watch Lonzo's face, quote, simplifying their offense for Bryce Young, end quote, and quote, honing in on the plays the rookie quarterback feels most comfortable with while also streamlining the play calling process, end quote. The AP says in their story that the number 1 overall draft pick, quote, is off to a rough start with the Panthers, who are 0-5. The NFL's only winless team entering Sunday's game against the Miami Dolphins. Young has started 4 of the team's 5 games. He ranks 25th in the league in QB rating, has thrown 5 touchdown passes, and turned the ball over 6 times. Frank Reich said yesterday, quote, every coach would tell you when you're 0-5, what's the answer? Do more? No, it's do less. Does that mean we gave him too much? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know the answer to that. I just know we have to get better. It's not just for the quarterback, but the whole team. We did it on offense, defense, and special teams. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Do the basics and let the players play fast, end quote. He went on to say that, Bryce Young went on to say that, quote, for us, it's an opportunity to hone in on the details and focus on execution, end quote. Andy Dalton was asked about simplifying the playbook. He said that simplifying isn't a fair description of what the team is doing, saying that that implies Bryce Young isn't picking up on things and that nothing would be further from the truth. He said, quote, I don't want anybody to think that he's not able to handle this. That's not it at all. We've been at this thing for 5 weeks, and what we're trying to find out now is who we are and what works. You may think you're going to be one way, and then you start the season, but as it goes on, you evolve and adapt, and I think that's where we are right now. It's about finding out what he's comfortable with and having different ways of doing those things, end quote.
So the White House press secretary has spoken.
I mean, positive spin as always, man. I don't know. I don't think this is as disastrous as it fit. When I read it yesterday, I was like, oh no.
You just had Andy Dalton give a dissertation about how it's not what you guys think it is, which kind of means it is what we think it is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna
most of us, yeah.
If you're gonna listen to anybody on that team, you listen to the wizened, grizzly old vet Andy Dalton.
The guy who looks like a villain. Yes, that guy.
He's got good hair, though. I mean, it's good hair. It's never anything but kempt.
I think he dyes it. I really do. I think he's got.
It was the Becky Lynch route.
I was thinking the Sheamus dye, but still, yeah.
So here's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to run to a break. And when we come back from this break, we're going to dive into this because I know the natural reaction of fans is they're simplifying it because Bryce can't get it. And I don't think that's the case. And I'm going to tell you why when we come back. Speaking of the Panthers, remember, coming up at 8:20, Rashad Beard will join us to talk Carolina Panther football. At 8:40, Emily Adams will join us to talk Gamecock football. And at 9:20, it's time for Fight Club with the great one, Lonzo. We'll take you through the world of MMA, boxing, and professional wrestling at 9:20. That's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show. It's all coming up on the Fan Upstate.
Cables.
All right, guys, one more live read. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
No towels in the room.
Cool. Who needs them?
What you got paints for?
Paints.
Paints. Wipe them on your paints. Woohoo.
Answer a few questions about your car's history and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the it's, kvp.com.
Discover, this is Danny. Hi, it's Jen Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making
Good morning.
Iron Cash
on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great.
BTR, what's up? James, Luke, Jesse.
Everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
I find it, for a joke between Lonzo and I find it hilarious how many people are saying I seem louder today.
All right, so I have a theory on that. I think the louder you are, that there's some sort of compression
Yep.
on StreamYard that pushes you down.
I think you're right.
And so if you're talking at a
Regular
lower
tone.
level, that it doesn't do that. That's my
That's fair enough.
that's my
probably good.
theory. Oh, so he was talking about the shirt. Okay, never mind.
Aha, it's magenta.
Yes, it is. With a hint
I
of
think it
black
looks
on the
brighter on the
sleeves.
stream than it is in real life, though.
No, it's pretty
No, it's bright.
Yeah, it's dark in here.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Motorcycles, RVs, and more. Bid your way live on-site or online at jeffmartinauctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License 4283.
Last Friday night, the Burns Rebels went on the road and won a double overtime thriller against the Boiling Springs Bulldogs. This Friday night, they look to make it regional win number 3 when they host Dorman. Hey, it's Rob Brown, the voice of the Burns Rebels, inviting you to join us this Friday night when the Rebels host Dorman in a regional contest. Pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30.
yeah, it is the first time Tinky Winky has made an appearance on the
I
morning
almost
show.
wore the purple hoodie today.
It'll be cooler out soon, and you'll be able to do that.
Frank Reich said the Carolina Panthers are simplifying the playbook moving forward, and there have been 2 reactions to that. One is Bryce obviously doesn't get it. The other is Bryce does get it, but you've got to hone in on what you do the best. You've got to execute well. Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I don't think the complexity or simplicity of the playbook is the problem. I think it has been the complexity and simplicity of the play calling itself. The play calling for the Carolina Panthers has been run up the middle, screen, punt. That's been it. In fact, the only game that it felt like the Panthers actually opened up the playbook was in the back half of the game last week against the Lions. And when you look at it,
Or when Andy Dalton was playing.
or when Andy, I don't even agree with that. I think when
you,
Andy
you
Dalton
are
was
an
playing,
apologist. You played the role of apologist, especially today. So I don't know if you got the same script as Andy Dalton, and it's a continuation of what he did. And I hope you are on the payroll, because that would make sense.
I wish I was on the payroll. It would be a lot easier for me. I don't think I'm an apologist. I think I'm somebody who actually looks and is not concerned with immediacy. I demand wins now, because wins now don't matter this season. I know that stings to say. I know as a fan it feels counterintuitive, but it's not. If there is glory in the Carolina Panthers, it is not now.
It's the same thing when you tinker with anything, whether it's how you do things at home or a radio show or anything. When you start tinkering with things, it means either there's something wrong, or the people in question can't handle what is going on. And in this case, we've been sold a bill of goods that Bryce Young is so smart that he's got this complicated offense. He's corrected the coaches, which just means that the coaches aren't very bright. So if you're simplifying it for him and he's correcting the coaches, you're also simplifying it for the coaches. So I just I don't know which it is. Which is it? Is he got to have a grasp of this offense like nobody's business, or does he not get it? Which one? I mean, this is the time of year when you're having these kind of losses, when you start making excuses, and that's what this is. And you know what comes next after the loss this week? Players only meeting. That's the next thing. Players, because that's the next step in this sort of thing.
So I don't look at it that way. Here's how I look at it.
This is like the opposite of the two of us, because you're very positive and very, very high on this. And I think I'm being the more realistic one.
No, I think you're being the one who wants immediate returns. And just like any investment, if you are looking for immediate returns, you're more often than not going to be disappointed. You don't go buy a bunch of stock and expect to be a millionaire the next day. You have to let that thing grow. You have to let it sit for a little while. You have to let it work.
Unless, of course, you're investing in GameStop, and then that can actually happen.
Even then, a manipulated market. That, a lot of people, what happened to them? They stayed in too long, and they lost everything.
And then the smart ones got out and kept their money.
Correct. So, I think it looks bad. This story
No, neither one of us invested in GameStop.
No, I was too dumb to catch up with that. I didn't even know what was going
on. Then I would be dressing better if I did.
I think if you are in the mindset of, I demand immediate returns, I need wins today, I need wins right now, that you're going to be disappointed, because a guy like Bryce Young is, and I said this when they
So you should not have expectations of wins. I mean, that's what you're saying. You should not have expectations of wins. It's going to happen eventually. Just have patience. And we're going to get there. That's not how the NFL works. You win or you're gone, and they're not winning. And the fact that he's having to come out and answer questions talking about Frank Reich and things like that, that means he knows he's in trouble.
If you expect an immediate return on an investment, then you invest in something that gives you immediate returns but does so at a much higher risk. If you invest in something that is a long-term investment and expect immediate returns, you're going to be disappointed. Here is what I'm trying to say. With a guy like a CJ Stroud or an Anthony Richardson, because this is what every time Bryce Young comes up, this is what it devolves into. It's BY versus Anthony Richardson.
By the way,
BJ
I haven't mentioned
Bryce
either
Young.
one of them today. I don't have to, because they're simplifying the offense. It has nothing to do with how good those guys are playing. It has to do with how bad he's playing.
The simplification of the offense for the Carolina Panthers was being done for a reason. Part of the reason is that what you're doing isn't working, but if you think it's not working because of Bryce Young, I don't know what to tell you. It's not working for a number of reasons. The primary run game, almost the exclusive run game right now, is power runs. You don't have the equipment in the middle, offensive linemen primarily, nor a power running back to accomplish that. And so what's ending up happening is that defenses, including the Detroit Lions this past weekend, are effectively able to just stack the box, because you can't clear us out for a power run. And on top of that, you don't have the speed on the outside to justify us needing to drop back more defensive backs and linebackers. You brought in Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Hayden Hurst, John Mingo, TMJ, Laviska Shenault. Do you know who is, as of right now, per NFL Next Gen stats? Do you know who the fastest wide receiver on the team is right now? The wide receiver who is generating the most speed on downfield passing routes? It's Adam Thielen. You have to simplify the offense, because complicated plays do not work with what you have built roster-wise right now. If the fastest wide receiver you have is a 33-year-old, 6-foot-tall, 200-pound possession receiver, you can't run complicated plays. You can't run. You know why Miami can run complicated plays? Because absolute worst case scenario,
they have the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. That's why they can do
which,
that.
by the way, statistically is not far from wrong. The reason Miami can run complicated plays schemed up in the lab by the mad scientist that is Mike McDaniel is because at the end of the day, they've got Tyreek. They've got a guy that if everything else fails, you can throw it down the field and at least have a chance. Do you know why the Saints, with the same amount of time in the pocket for Derek Carr, is able to run a more complicated playbook? Because they have Chris Olave, one of the faster guys in the league. If everything goes wrong, throw it to where 12 is supposed to be. You don't have that with Carolina. And not only do you have a limited number of seconds in the pocket because your offensive line is bad, but you don't have anybody that can help you open up the playbook. And so if I know I got a bunch of plays in the playbook that can't work because I have, at its best, according to NFL Next Gen Stats, the fastest receiver on the team right now is Adam Thielen, who, according to those same stats, is the 44th fastest wide receiver in the NFL in route running right now. 44th. That's the best you got, is number 44. And so if I've got a playbook that I've asked Bryce Young to memorize, I need you to memorize I need you to memorize the 32X Dolphin wideout, go stream, river, brook, salmon, trout on 3, which is a play that depends on being able to vertically stretch the football field. But the only person I've got who can go vertical is a 33-year-old possession receiver, the 44th fastest wide receiver in the league. Guess what? That play's not going to work. So why keep it in there?
So you're saying you've got to have the fastest receiver in order to win games.
I'm saying you've got to have a fast receiver.
How fast was Jerry Rice? I don't think he was very fast. Are we going to
compare today's NFL to 1991?
Jerry Rice ran precise routes. If you run precise routes and you have a quarterback who can get you the ball and then you can get yards after the catch, doesn't matter what year it is, it still will work. If it was 1942 or 2036, it would work.
Under that vein, Babe Ruth would be a great hitter in today's Major League Baseball.
He could be.
No, he could not.
Absolutely
no, he could not.
Could be.
It's a different game with
this
different
is an unprovable point.
No, it's not. I can tell you right now, Babe Ruth would
I
suck in today's game.
dig.
I can tell you for a
yeah,
fact.
you can tell me, but that doesn't make it so.
The fastest fastball in Babe Ruth's day was 70 miles an hour. Every roster has 4 guys who can throw 100 now, right?
He would adjust.
Now, no, okay. Well, this is a subjective argument.
Exactly. I mean, you can't prove yours, and I can't prove mine.
Lonzo, find me the fastest defensive back in 1991, and let's compare him to the fastest DB in 2023. Right? I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is what you're saying is not right. Right? The DBs in today's game require speed to beat. You cannot beat today's DBs without speed.
All I hear is excuses being made for a mistake that was made by the Panthers when they drafted the wrong quarterback. There's no way they can fix this under the current regime. They're going to have to either fire the GM, get a new GM, get some new players in there. No way Frank Reich makes it. Maybe not through the entire season. He may not. It's bad when you're doing this already. You're saying our bad, we messed up. Like we didn't already know that.
No.
And again, I'm coming at this from a sane fan's perspective, and you're not a fan. So you're being analytical about it. And I also believe you're on the payroll. So, I mean, and that would make you say certain things that are outside of your vocabulary. So I'm suspicious.
And I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying you are looking at this from the lens of a guy who demands immediate returns. And I am telling you, as I told you on draft day.
You mean normal people?
No, I'm saying a fan.
Most yeah, right. Fans want immediate returns.
Yes.
Or at least an improvement over last year, which this would appear to be a decline. And we talked about Shane Beamer earlier, and you ask about what does this team look like compared to Muschamp? What does this team look like to the Steve Wilkes team or to one of us? It looks worse. It does. It looks worse.
This year is the rebuilding year. Last year was a garbage year.
Frank Reich says it's not a rebuilding year.
I don't give a damn. I don't care. I don't care what he says. I don't care what Fitterer says. And I'm sorry, I don't care what the fans say. This is a rebuilding year. If you're done with the team, sell your tickets, sell your merch, and move on. But this is a rebuilding year. It has been from the beginning. It is now. The simplification of the playbook is because the roster ain't there. The roster ain't there because it got tanked last year. It needs time to rebuild. So if you're mad this team's not a playoff team, then walk away. It doesn't matter. What matters is this team's got to get better, and it can't go back in time and get better in the offseason. It's got to get better over the course of the season. And I know that Steve Smith Sr. agrees with me on this. So I don't particularly care if you think I'm wrong. I'm going to go ahead with the guy that knows ball like I do in Steve Smith Sr. Simplify the playbook. Do what works. It's one thing they haven't done yet. Let's take a break. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Watch that clock. You're going to get talking to.
Do what?
Watch that clock. You're going to get talking to. By the way, a stream is pointing out a bunch of DBs that can hang with the receivers today. Stats guys showing up.
Yeah, and who are they naming? A bunch of fast-ass defensive backs.
Would you said that they couldn't. So
you are picking the best defensive backs of a day. Pick me an average defensive back.
You said there weren't any.
Could Sammy Knight play with today's
You
receivers?
didn't say
No.
average. They're going by what you said. Don't move the
You
goalposts,
are
as they
asking
say.
me. No, this is crap. You guys are picking some of the greatest of all time and then going, could that guy defend Adam Thielen? Don't pick me the greatest of all time unless I get to pick Tyreek Hill. Could those guys defend Tyreek Hill? Not
Yeah,
really.
Probably.
Not really.
Yeah. They would probably jam them at the line, and it would be a problem for them.
Lonzo, if it was that easy, everybody would do that today. But they don't and they can't.
You can't today do some things you could back then. The NFL cares more about offense than they do defense.
That even makes it more sense. Dion played a super physical game. He can't do that today. That even makes me look a writer.
Come on. Dion avoided tackles all over the place. It's just like, look out. You ain't making that tackle. Don't be gone too long. You got a minute and a half. He appears to be legitimately angry. Sorry. I'm a bad person.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly
For what?
reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings.
Don't do that, man. Don't do that, James. There are some places that we should not go. That might be one of those. Yes, it is, James. Yes, it is. You all right? You good?
Yeah.
Because you look pretty mad. So, I mean,
So I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. Every branch working together. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. And now through November, purchase Certainty with Beacon Pro Plus, web or app, and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
From the Ingles Market Studio, the
Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Rob and Lonzo on a rainy Thursday morning. It just is what it is. So Clemson's on the bye. And I think it's a pretty good time for that to happen. I think it's a pretty good time for that to happen. That Wake Forest win this past weekend. Look, a win's a win, right? How many times have we heard Dabo Swinney say this week? A win's a win. Gritty win, ugly win, doesn't matter. Win's a win, and the goal is to win. You move to 4-2, and that's all you want. But my question now for Clemson fans, what do you want on the bye? Like, what do you want to see on the bye? When this team comes back out next week, they're on the road at Miami. Now, Miami is kind of interesting because on one hand, they're coming off that busted should have been a dub over Georgia Tech, but they blew it. On the flip side, they got North Carolina this week. They've got one of the two, maybe three, but definitely two best teams in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Here's what blew my mind. I checked this for a lot of games, but the ESPN Analytics matchup predictor, Lonzo, right now, Clemson has what percentage chance? It's a week and away. They still got the North Carolina game between us. What percentage chance does Clemson have to beat Miami right now? Just a stab in the dark, in your opinion.
After what Miami did last week, that's I'm going to go 45%.
48.8% chance for Miami to beat Clemson. That's on the road at Miami, so they get a little bit of a benefit of that out for being at home. So it's probably about 50-50. This is a coin flip game. If it's just numbers in a computer, it's a coin flip game. That doesn't necessarily blow my mind because I do think that even with that terrible L, I still think this is one of the better Miami teams of the last couple of years, unless they just do what they did last year and they give up. My question mark for Clemson is, or I should say Clemson fans here, is what do you want to see when your team makes its return to the field after the bye week? I'm at the point where I've just got to see the offense stay opened up, right? It felt like they tried to open it up against Wake Forest, and they just didn't fall into a groove the way they wanted to, right? Will Shipley looked good. Phil Maffa looked good. And yes, I think you've still got to run the ball and utilize those guys. I know that the frustration has been with a simplified playbook. And I know the games leading up to, including Syracuse, including Florida State, it looked like the offense had opened up a little bit. And then for whatever reason, they just couldn't execute against Wake Forest. But I'm going to say the number one thing, and I know this is cliche, ball security. Just don't turn over the ball, right? And again, it's easier said than done. Defense is doing the exact opposite. Try to punch it out. Especially against Clemson, I'm doing everything I can to say, hey, go get the ball. Face mask on football. I want you punching, shoving, pushing, clawing, pulling on that rock. Get it out of their hands and make them turn it over. But that just makes it more important to not do that. I would go back to the last two L's. Well, I go back to the last win and the last L. Wake Forest and Florida State. Clemson turned the ball over how many times inside, like deep in their own territory? Twice? Against probably most other teams in the ACC, you lose that game. Wake Forest was in a mentality of, it's do or die. We got to go score here. I point to the Florida State game. Lonzo has been very against the stance for me. If that scoop and score for Florida State doesn't happen, if that Cade sack followed by the fumble to pick up the other way doesn't happen, Clemson wins that football game. Without a doubt.
Looks like a W if I look at Florida State. I don't see could have, would have.
I mean,
that's all I see is W's and L's.
Football is full of coulda, shoulda, wouldas, without a doubt. Full of coulda, shoulda, wouldas. To me, one play, right? Now, Cade got rocked on that play. He got rocked because there was a missed block. Running back either missed it, looked the wrong way, went the wrong way. It was a miscommunication. It was a blown play somewhere. He got rocked. He dropped the ball. Florida State scored. That doesn't happen. I think the momentum doesn't swing. It doesn't turn around. As cliche as it sounds, it just feels to me like the fundamentals of football have gotten away from the football team. It is ball security. It's turning the ball over to Wake Forest. Not once, but twice inside your own red zone. That can't happen. It's muffed kicks. It's missing blocks in the backfield. Listen, if your offensive line misses a block, you're in trouble. If your running back misses a one-on-one block on the blind side of your quarterback, you're in big trouble, man. You got big trouble in Little Clemson at that point. And Kurt Russell's not coming. Is Kurt Russell big trouble in Little China? That's Kurt Russell, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thought I was losing my mind for a second. You can't have that moment. And it feels to me like that's what's gotten away from them. It feels to me like that's where the issue lies. It feels to me like the little things. It's the ball security. It's the missing blocks, especially in one-on-one situations. It feels to me like that's where these problems are coming from. Are there other things like, yes, I need more wide receiver separation, without a doubt. I would like to see Clemson continue to have the playbook open, but I go back to the Syracuse game. Did the playbook feel closed against Syracuse? I don't think it did. Did the playbook feel closed against Florida State? I don't think it did. I don't think it felt closed against Wake Forest. I just felt like the turnovers, the mental mistakes were what did this team in. And I feel like that's where this problem comes from.
So you're questioning whether the offense has been simplified or not. That's what I'm hearing.
Damn it. I left that on the table. I left it on the table, and I knew I was. No, I think early in the season, the playbook was simplified. I absolutely do. I think I go back to the Duke game. I go late to that game. I go to the game where it looks like Duke's got a chance to pull away, and if Clemson's going to get in, they got to do it now. And I feel like it did get simplified at that point. But the difference is, at that level, you brought in Cade. He has now been a starter. Now, maybe not the Duke game, but down the road, he's now been a starter. And you know what the offense is. You know where your strengths and weaknesses are, and it felt like you got away from them. And then in the games we talked about, Syracuse, Florida State, with some exceptions, Wake Forest, it felt like Garrett Riley was left to his own means, and it worked.
I agree with Steven. I was going to bring this up. Steven on the stream says, Rob, as good as Maffa is, he doesn't block. That's why Shipley gets more touches. In my opinion, Maffa is a better running back, and I completely agree. I know Shipley had a good game, but when Maffa was in there, he looked like a beast. And all I could think of is, why are they not running him more? And if blocking is a problem with him, then you get that under control, because that dude is really good, and I think he's a better running back.
I do think you have a thunder and lightning approach. I think Will Shipley is your slippery back. I think Phil Maffa is your power back, right?
Yeah, but it seems like you use Shipley in places where you should use Maffa.
I don't disagree. And that was a big complaint I had last year. I felt like they were trying to power run with Will Shipley, right?
It's the same. It's the Christian McCaffrey thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. When you've got that guy, although I guess strategy-wise, you think, well, if we bring him in, they know what we're going to do. Well, that's why you bring him in more, so they don't know what you're going to do.
Yeah, and I think, first off, I think that's 100% fair, right? I blamed the injuries and the lack of production for Christian McCaffrey in Carolina on off-guard runs, off-center runs. Why are you running that guy into a pile of people who are twice as big as him? Well, if we put him in, we know he's going to run off the outside. Yeah, I'm not saying never do that thing. Keep him honest. But if you put in Christian McCaffrey, he's so talented, you should be able to line up and go, hey, we're running off left tackle. And they still can't stop it if you're good enough.
Well, there's a major difference. San Francisco has a ton of weapons, and Clemson is limited this year compared to what they've had in the past.
I don't disagree. I think I'd almost like to see, honestly, I'd like to see Clemson go to some two-back sets, right? Go to a power I. Put Shipley as the tailback, put Maffa in as kind of an up back. I'll tell you what Burns does right now that I'm loving. Burns has got Trey Segura on one side, who is an absolute power back. They got Tyleek Dawkins on the other side, who's a speed back. So you know what Reggie Shaw's doing with the offense? Puts quarterback in the shotgun. He's got one off the left and one off the right. 50% guess who's getting the football, right? And it's hard to scheme for that. I'd almost say go into that to operate with two different running backs and then do it in a way that Bo Collins and Browning-Stool and Brown on the outside are running some more complex routes and run. I mean, listen.
By the way, if you enjoyed the picture that was just painted, then you need to tune in tomorrow night to listen to the Burns Rebels game being called by Rob Brown.
Dorman.
Because I felt like I was looking at the field when you were just describing that right there.
Rebels in the silver hats, white jerseys, silver pants. I would go with some two-back stuff. I would utilize both of those talents effectively. By the way, Phil Maffa averaged more yards per carry last week than Will Shipley did, right?
Right.
But Shipley, again, both of those guys give you some options, and it allows you some complexity on the outside. You're gonna take away an extra wide receiver, but as Joey B just said a second ago, it's not like Clemson is hurt by taking a wide receiver off the field for another running back. Yeah, I would start opening up some two-back sets. One of these two could get the ball, so you better scheme for a little speed off the left foot, a little power off the right, and we're gonna go down a wide receiver. But with two running backs, it's going to mean you're going to have to bring an extra man into the box to defend that, especially with these two wide receivers or with these two running backs. Very important. I would like to see a little bit, I don't want to use the word complexity. I think variety, utilizing the two running backs as your power. I don't think Cade Klubnik is bad. I don't think Cade Klubnik is in over his head. I don't think he can't do it. We have seen him drop some buckets over the course of the year. What I'm saying is I need to do everything in my power to help the wide receivers and the quarterback, and adding wide receivers and routes isn't doing that right now. I think it's to the point where Clemson needs to rely more on the run game. And by the way, Garrett Riley at TCU, he was about a 48% run, 52% pass offense. So get back to that. Get back to that with a pair of running backs and let your wide receivers have a little space against fewer people. And I think that's a big help, especially against Miami, a team whose DBs are okay. They're okay. They're just okay. They can be caught out of position. They can be caught looking in the backfield. You know what gets eyes in the backfield? Running backs. Running backs that scare you. Get eyes in the backfield. Slip screens, draws, keep it varied, but running backs in the backfield, get DB's eyes back there with them, and that is how you open up the field for average wide receivers. Jeff and Greer says Clemson does two tailback sets. Watch the game before you think it's your idea. I didn't say it was my idea. I said, Jeff, and let me be abundantly clear, more of it. That's the operating
Watch the
word.
game, Rob.
I know. I don't know ball. Jeff, I said more two tailback sets. Almost to the default, right? I'm not saying they don't do it. I'm saying do more of it. Open up the field. Space the wide receivers. Keep the DBs looking at the running backs. Do more of it. And also vary up the carries. Shipley had 19 carries. Moffitt had 9. Why not do 15 apiece? Split them up, right? More. That's just my thought. We'll see what Clemson does on the bye. We have to go bye. I'm just going to do terrible segues at the end of every hour, I guess.
That's good, because I plan on following it up with the really bad sports reports. So.
Speaking of the Rob Brown Show Sports Brief, Lonzo's got one for you coming up right now. Then we come back in the next hour. We'll talk some more football. We got Rashad Beard at 8:20. We got Emily Adams at 8:40. Hey, it's Lonzo and Rob and you. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's time for a Rob Brown Show Sports Flash.
All right, the Fan Upstate is your home for NFL football. Tonight, the Chiefs take on the Broncos. Speaking of the Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce has been listed as questionable for tonight's game. And Kelce injured his ankle in a non-contact injury last weekend against the Vikings because turf sucks, but returned to the game late. Kelce has 27 catches for 22 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's got to be wrong. So far this year. And Taylor Swift's going to be there. So if you know your girl's going to be there, you're going to play. The Carolina Hurricanes opened up the 2023 NHL season with a 5-3 win over the Ottawa Senators last night. The Hurricanes entered the year with the best odds in the league to win the Stanley Cup. And don't forget to tune in this Saturday for Furman Paladins football as they take on Sanford at 11:30. It seems to me that I heard that story. James, pretty sure I heard that story.
It's QC Kinetics.
Oh, cool. Rob probably knew that though. He's more of a Taylor Swift expert than I am. So I think which is a bigger babysitter story, that story or the Alice Cooper and Keanu Reeves? I mean, I guess it depends on where your fandom is.
I don't know who that other person is.
Alice Cooper and Keanu Reeves?
Oh, Keanu Reeves. I thought you said Can Elise. And I'm like, I don't know who that is.
Once again, my enunciation comes into question, but that's okay. Believe it or not, I enunciate a lot better than I did in high school, where I went, I'll take a 0. And sometimes I just held up the 0. I know you're not supposed to do that anymore, but that's my French teacher would call me Giro, and I would go, and she would laugh.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court. Thanks to treating my skin and joints with Sky Rizin. Rizinkizumab Rizin.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about that in Fight Club coming up at 9:20.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Sky Rizin, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Sky Rizin and visit skyrizin.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey football fans, this is Cole Bryson. Are you ready for the ultimate adrenaline-packed high school football experience? Tune into the Fan Upstate every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 for the Saturday Morning Scramble. You'll get the latest scores, insight, and exclusive interviews with star athletes and coaches. Plus, I'll be broadcasting live from your local...
So I can't do the yeah thing anymore because it's usually it will disrupt the 8.
It'll disrupt what?
It'll disrupt the 8. I'm trying to be less than specific because that's usually when it's used, and it
I
would.
feel like out of the gate.
Yeah, that was still no. That's not. I mean, that would just. I'm not. You think I'm trying to be? Maybe I am just a little, but still. I need to know where my walls are, man. That's all.
Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate. Is it hour 3? This is 3, right? Yeah, this is hour 3.
That wasn't what I was doing.
Yeah. We got in this hour, I mean, we are stacked up. Here in just a second, I've got 2 different stories about leagues that are struggling in their relationships with players. Then in the next segment, Rashad Beard is going to join us from the Panther Nation podcast. We're going to talk a little Carolina football with Rashad, and we've had some interesting discussions and debates so far this morning about the Cats. We'll see what Rashad has to say about the topics we've covered so far. Then at 8:40, Emily Adams of the Greenville News. She is based out of Columbia. She covers the Gamecocks of South Carolina. We'll find out what the Gamecocks were on about during their bye week last weekend and what we can anticipate for that team coming up this Saturday when they host the Mighty Gators of the University of Florida. That's all coming up here in just a few minutes from right now. But before we get there, two stories going on about the relationships between leagues and players that I don't know if I care more about the stories themselves or about what this does moving forward for the relationships between the players and the leagues that they are playing in. And it has an impact on us because we have gone through labor stoppages. We have gone through strikes. We've gone through lockouts. And those things, whether it's a little or a lot, have absolutely damaged the credibility of both players and leagues when they have taken place. The first is in the National Football League. During that last Sports Flash, Lonzo mentioned Travis Kelce. Now, from what I have seen so far this morning, Travis Kelce is expected to play tonight for the Kansas City Chiefs.
And why would that be, Rob?
That is because in the game last week in which the Chiefs put away the Minnesota Vikings.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, why is he going to play?
Your girl.
Oh,
your
because,
girl.
yes.
No, think about it. And I'm only halfway joking. But you don't, the biggest star in the world comes to see you play. You're playing because there's a lot of reasons. One, because you are the best tight end in the game and you usually tough it out anyway. The other is you don't want to look wimpy in front. I mean, the whole world knows she's there to watch you play unless the coaches say, no, you can't. You're going out there and playing, aren't you?
According to reports, Tay-Tay will be in attendance this evening when the Kansas City Chiefs take on the Denver Broncos in a little Thursday night football. Over under on Taylor cut-ins. Let's set it at we're going to go down. It's been a couple of times now. Let's set it at 15.5.
It's on Prime, so there are different rules there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go over.
Go with the over
because it's Prime. And what do they do on Prime? It's entertainment.
That's true.
That's what they do.
That's true. I'm probably going to lay the over too.
Will this bump the numbers on Prime? Because I mean it's a little difficult to watch that, especially for an older audience that may not be unplugged enough to watch.
So last week in the win over the Broncos, Travis Kelce tweaked his ankle. He went out for a little screen pass from the tight end spot.
Turf sucks.
He grabbed the ball. He went to try to cut back to the inside. The foot started slipping. Then it caught. It tweaked his ankle. He did leave the game. He did return to the game later. He had a touchdown catch later in that game. That was a massive play at a point where Minnesota didn't seem to want to go away at that point. But he was still listed as questionable. Again, is expected to go tonight. But he and his brother Jason on their New Heights podcast talked about this this week. And Jason asked him what happened. He said, look, my foot slipped. He said, when your foot slips on grass, because of the texture and because of the softness of the turf, your foot will slide all the way out from under you. Whereas on turf, it might slide a little bit, then get caught. And that's when that ankle roll happens. That's what this problem comes from. And they pointed out that this is primarily what players are concerned about. And then we also had a new study came out that evaluated the number of injuries on turf versus the number of injuries on grass. And while it is not astronomically higher, there is yet another study that says that injury rates of lower leg injuries do happen at a higher rate on turf than on grass. Well, obviously, as the number of lower body injuries this season has been certainly noticeable, the players in the NFL have been begging the NFL to go all grass, even in the indoor stadiums. Jason Kelce had a hilarious line where he said, there's a pot farm down the street from me that is growing a barn full of marijuana indoors. There's no reason the NFL can't grow grass indoors since he didn't say this part, but since the hippie down the street from me has figured out how to grow pot inside, I'm pretty sure grass is a little easier to pull off.
It's probably not a hippie doing it. That's probably
for sure. There's a bunch of
major
scientists doing
business. Yeah, down
Oh
there
yeah,
doing it.
without a doubt. The interesting thing, obviously, is that this is not a headbutting contest between the players and the league per se. This is a headbutting contest between the players and the owners. And we know that because of the Carolina Panthers. The Carolina Panthers could absolutely go to turf and do so very easily. And we know that the owners can go to turf because we're hosting the next World Cup in 2026. And part of the deal that had to be struck for the U.S. to host the World Cup, along with Canada and Mexico, is that every field had to be grass. A number of those fields are NFL stadiums that are currently turf. And do you know what those owners agreed to do? Knowing that they would be selling out those stadiums multiple times during the World Cup, they all said, yeah, we'll do that. We'll put down turf. And so the NFL players, and I think rightfully so, said, yo, hold up, wait a minute, time out. You can put down turf for a bunch of soccer players to come play 3-4 contests in your stadium, but you won't lay down grass for the NFL team that plays 8 or more contests a year in your stadium. Why? And the answer is very obvious. It's because of the money. Not because NFL teams don't sell out, although we know a lot of them don't. It is because of all the other events that take place.
Wait, you're saying the Carolina Panthers don't sell out?
Shocking, I know. It is because David Tepper, and I'm using him as an example, but it works out great. It is because David Tepper wants to have concerts and festivals and all these other things that happen at Bank of America. He wants to have big-time Garth Brooks played a concert there last year. Sold out. By a lot, including on the field. It is very difficult. I've actually had this conversation with a promoter before. It is very different from having a football game to have a stadium on turf. You think about how big and complex the stages are that are on stadium tour caliber concerts now. Garth Brooks' stage is enormous. Taylor Swift's stages are enormous. They are giant. They are heavy. They have to be locked down and secured. And it is very tough to do that on grass because that turf can shift. And on top of that, for the football team itself, you've got 5,000 people all walking around on that turf. You've got a 28-ton stage on that turf. When all that stuff gets pulled up and moved, especially let's say there's a football game at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, and that concert was there the night before, that grass is damaged. That turf is damaged, which can make it as dangerous as AstroTurf, right? So Jason Kelsey pointed out that the NFL owners are like, oh, we're upgrading the turf, right? We have different turf. We have split surface turf, and then we got this turf, and you got the turf with the pellets, and you got this, that, and the other. Travis Kelsey, who I think right now could be the poster boy for this discussion, went, dude, all turf sucks. You can sit here and argue about type of turf and surface under the turf and all that, but all turf is bad. We need you to change it. It comes down to the owners don't want to change up this money. They don't want to say, no, Taylor Swift, you can't play a concert in the fall at Bank of America Stadium because you'll damage our turf. But they also don't want to lose out on all the money that comes along with that. The hosting fees, the revenue, the cut of the profits from concessions, et cetera, et cetera. They don't want to deal with all that. They don't want to deal with that lost income. The other story that's very interesting in the regard between the relationship between a league and a players is the NBA right now. Because we know the NBA has been dealing with the concept of load management. Welp, the NBA yesterday apparently put out a memo to the players in which they said they would like the players to have what they are calling an 82-game mentality. NBA Executive Vice President and Head of Basketball Operations Joe Dumars said the league has communicated to its players and teams that, quote, we are really emphasizing that this is an 82-game season, end quote, and that the league has data, although he did not share it yet, indicating player rest does not necessarily translate to players being healthy. Dumars said during a conference call with national media yesterday, quote, I think it was a given conclusion that the data showed that you had to rest players a certain amount and that justified guys sitting out. We've gotten more data and it just doesn't show that resting, sitting guys out correlates with lack of injuries or fatigue or anything like that. What it does show is guys might not be as efficient on the second night of a back-to-back, but in terms of injuries and things like that, we thought that it did prior. As we got more data, we realized that's not really holding up, end quote.
If that's the Joe Dumars that I think it is, yeah, he would never take a night off. So, yeah, so that may not be the guy you want in there representing you if you want to be a load management person.
The NBA's new player participation policy, which ties players winning the league's MVP award and other top individual honors to competing in at least 65 games, includes a fine system for teams that intentionally rest players without injury issues. The new policy stems from an ongoing trend over the past several years, wherein teams have placed a greater emphasis on resting players in an attempt to avoid injuries, particularly when it comes to playing games on back-to-back nights. There have been several instances, including the past two NBA champions, the Golden State Warriors and Denver Nuggets, sitting virtually their entire starting lineups on one half of a road back-to-back, depriving fans in those cities from seeing players like Steph Curry and Nikola Jokic compete. I kind of side with the players on this. I usually side with the players in most debates, discussions, whatever. I've sided with the players on this one. Especially, listen, soccer one thing, baseball one thing, basketball is wildly physical. Basketball does not get the credit, especially at the highest level of being as physical it is. I know that a lot of you guys want to call them snowflakes and soft and all that, and that's fine. Watch a basketball game. It's a physical game, all right? So I got no problem with the concept of guys sitting to stay healthy to make it to the end of the year, because at the end of the year, there is only one thing that is important. What are teams trying to do? Win a championship.
All right, so just put into contracts now that you're allowed to sit for a certain amount of days, because right now, I believe the way contracts are set up is you're supposed to play 82 games. I mean, if you want to have those days mandatorily off, I don't know if that's a word, but we'll go with it, then put it in your contract. Say, okay, 82 game season, I am going to sit 13 of them.
There has never been a point where a contract is stated you play 82 games or you don't make your money or whatever.
When you signed your contract, I don't know because I don't have one. When you signed your contract in radio, did you sign it thinking you're going to work, at least 5 days a week?
We are on a stream of terrible comparisons today. If anybody came in this room, if Diesel got to come in this room and body check me out of this chair 2 of the 4 hours we do every day, yeah, I'd probably need some days off. He's 32. Not as 30 as us.
No, man. He's well put together.
He's thick.
Yes, he is.
With extra C's on the end.
No. That's not for dudes. It's only for women.
Thick?
Yeah,
Two C's?
yeah. I think that's only for women. I'm old and I'm not down with the street lingo as much as I used to be, but I'm pretty sure that only has to do with women.
I think you're probably right. I think that we are at a spot.
I didn't want to use the romance angle because that's what it's just overly used. So I'm sure there's a romance analogy.
Everything is food, romance, or wrestling. Everything. I said, look, I side with the players. Here's all I'm going to say. Forget about whether it's good for basketball.
Play or go home, whatever. Man. Just play or go home. That's all. Just play or go home.
It comes down to, if players are telling me you want me at my best for a chance to win a natty, I need to not do back-to-back game nights. This also seems really easy.
The stream again is killing you because they're bringing up hockey.
Okay.
I mean, dudes like die on the ice and want to go back in the game.
It's 100% a culture thing. 100%. Here's what we got to do. We'll come back to this because we got to jump out. Rashad Beard joining us in the next segment to talk Panther football. I'm not done with this conversation. We just got to stay on the clock here. So we'll get Rashad in next. Then we got Emily Adams. Then we'll come back to this topic because comparing anything to hockey is lunacy. That's an entirely different world from literally everything else in the world. We're back after this with Rashad Beard on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Guys need to stop. You're going to get Angry Rob back again. You saw how that went last hour. Street clothes, Anthony Davis.
He's one that I'm absolutely down for you guys crapping on.
Yeah, you have aught against him.
Yup. Sure do. All right, guys, we're going to step away while we get Rashad plugged up. We'll be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. What's up, big dog? Oh, I can't hear him.
Did you do something?
Oh, his mic's muted. Let me try that again. My bad. What's up, fella?
Oh, what's going on, guys? Sorry,
Doing
I
all right,
clicked the
man?
wrong link. Yeah, I clicked the wrong link, so I was in the the one that was above. It showed up weird on my side, so my apologies.
Twice a week, we're going to break down the NFL after Thursday night football and Sunday night football. It's every team, it's every game, it's all 32 teams. We give you a complete picture, and we get into it. We don't kiss each other's standings on the show.
New episodes of First and Pod available when you wake up every Monday and Friday morning throughout the football season in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, partly sunny and pleasant, high of 79. Weather brought to you by Total Wine and More. At Total Wine and More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Sponsored by Corley Plumbing, Air, and Electric.
At Corley Plumbing, Air, and Electric, we offer.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Rashad. It's been a little heated in here today, bud. So you're about to get dragged into the middle of it.
Let's get it. I'm down for a little conflict.
Okay.
I am the conflict.
Yup.
I am the hype. I am the conflict. I am the large man over here.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great one Lonzo here as well, and now joined as we are every Thursday.
Wait for it. All right, now you can do it.
Rashad Beard, the Secret Agent Man himself. Of course, the host of the Panther Nation podcast, which you can find on Twitter at Panther Nation PC. But more importantly, make sure you get subscribed to them on YouTube. What's up, fella? How we doing?
It depends on what we're talking about.
You know, just in general. Just
in general, I'm fine. Life, I'm good. I'm good.
So I'm assuming here, got the exact same news that we got last night. And this, I'm not going to lie, it caused a little headbutting on the show earlier. All right. Frank Reich says we're simplifying the playbook. Feels like half the Panthers fans are like, oh, this shows we've made mistakes. Bryce ain't the guy. He can't get it. The other half, myself, Adam Thielen, Steve Smith Sr., not to name drop guys that agree with me, but whatever.
That's exactly what you just did.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Have all said this has nothing to do with Bryce's understanding of the playbook. This is us trying to hone in and do what we do well more often to get some dubs. What was your just gut reaction when you got that news, that soundbite?
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me at the end of the day. Whatever makes Bryce comfortable, we know the kid can process. That's what he does. But whatever makes Bryce comfortable and makes his offense go, I don't care what they do. You can simplify, make it more complicated. As long as it shows results on the field, that's what matters. And so if Frank Reich deems that this is going to improve the offense, then so be it. I mean, I could care less about words. I'm more so about action. So as long as it comes on the field and it translates on the field, then I'm cool with it.
You know, that's spoken like a true spy.
I have.
He only cares about
I have hit the point, Rashad, and this is I think a big part of what started the discussion earlier, where I have said, from a fan perspective, you are looking for immediate returns. I want wins. I want to win. I want to feel good. I want to have these dubs. I have said, to me, this season, I considered last year trash, and I don't care what Reich or Fitter or anybody else says. This is the foundation building year. This is the year to put together the base of what is going to be the franchise moving forward. So while it feels like a struggle right now, I consider this like stock market investing. You throw in a little now, and then you got to wait, and you got to let it build and build and build until eventually you come back around a little while later and you go, wow, I'm really glad we built that foundation early.
Nope.
Getting wins feels nice. It feels good. Yeah, I want to celebrate on a Sunday like everybody else is doing right now. But I feel like gunning for wins above all else for an immediate payoff doesn't allow you to build that foundation that this team needs to build now, because the legacy in this team is not the 2023 season. Dude, you're the last winless team in the NFL. You're not accomplishing anything this year that you're going to hang a banner for. I need you to be using this year to be ready next year.
Rob, you know what? That sounds nice. That sounds great. Sounds like a great plan. But when your actions don't meet that, when your actions don't portray that this is a rebuilding year, and you go out, you make all these signings, and you give us you have this great coaching staff that has been touted, and you come out with these results, it's a little underwhelming, and fans are not happy about it. So I get what you're saying, and it makes complete sense, but the actions are not meeting the words that are being spewed to us. And so when you go out there, you lay eggs week after week after week after week with no improvement. I mean, there's marginal improvement, there's individual improvement, but from a team perspective, it's just not getting much better. It's frustrating. It is frustrating. And again, I think I've said this on the show. I know I've said it on my show. The biggest problem is that we have a problem separating regimes, right? This all lumps in with David Tepper's ownership and his tenure as Carolina Panthers owner. It's all lumped together. You can't separate them. You cannot. The Panthers fans are not separating them. We've dealt with Tepper since we had Ron Rivera, got rid of him, and since then everything has been the exact same. There's no progression. The rat wheel. It's going after one L's year after year after year. It's the same results, and so that's the problem with the Carolina Panthers. We'd be cool with a little progression. We would be fine with a little bit of progression, but right now we're not seeing that, and that's why Panthers fans are peed.
So I want to circle back around to that, but I want to take a long route to get there. We talked about the simplification of the playbook that Frank Reich talked about, and I made the point this morning that simplifying the playbook to me predominantly comes from two spots. It comes from a weak offensive line, and that to me is the biggest disappointment of this team so far. Is end of last year, I thought the offensive line was going to be the one thing we were able to lean on this year, and it's been good. I saw your ratings, and I want to come to those because I thought that was great. It comes from the fact that the fastest wide receiver you have right now, according to Next Gen Stats, is Adam Thielen. He's the 44th fastest receiver in the NFL, and he's number one on this team, which means you can't do anything long. You can't do anything, because Bryce Young doesn't have time in the pocket. Maybe that's improving week by week, but statistically speaking, he's got less time in the pocket than everybody except, I think, two other quarterbacks. And you don't have anybody combined with that can get more than 10 yards down the field before the ball's got to come out. You don't have a choice but to simplify the playbook because you don't have time to do anything that's more than simple at this point.
Hey, I have a quick question before Rashad answers. Is 4.49 slow for a receiver?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
there how many sub 4.4 receivers are there?
I don't give it. It doesn't matter. You were the 44th.
Okay.
You have the 44th fastest receiver in the league. Rashad, answer that question before you get to mine. That's bad, right?
So are we talking? I don't think Adam Thielen is not the fastest. I mean, he might be statistically from a next gen perspective, but he's not the fastest.
It doesn't matter who's got the fastest 40. It matters who's running the fastest routes. And the answer is
fair enough. That is very true. That is a great point. But again, I think with that, you have to play to your team's strengths, right? You have to put guys in the positions to succeed. And I made a little face when you talked about the offensive line because, yeah, you're right. This offensive line, it was really good last year. And you want to know why it was good last year? It's just because we ran the football. We played to our offensive line strengths. When Icky is a mauler. He's not a pass protector. He's not a guy that's when you drop back and throw the football 50 times a game, that's not his strength. I know we had some injuries on the interior. Guys like Corbett and Christensen are out. I get that, but we have this new zone read thing. For the zone read that we brought from LA and brought from Indianapolis. Maybe that's not working. the head coach, the Frank Reich, the offensive mind that we brought in has to mold to what he has. And what I see is that he's playing with pieces and he's just trying to make something work with his brain and not playing to the strengths of what he has on the roster. Because, yeah, you're right. We're missing some pieces. Thielen and those guys, all right, we don't have the best, but you have to mold with what you have. You have to work with what you have. And that's what I see not happening right now with Frank Reich.
I don't disagree. I think there's two things I would say. Like the concept of playing to your strengths. Yeah, I agree. I think part and parcel with that is also play away from your weaknesses, right? Like don't do things that play to your weaknesses. And to me, this team attempting to run any passing offense that relies on verticality is a mistake because you don't have it. You don't have the time for it and you don't have the speed for it. But here's the other problem, because I agree, you've got an offense that is designed around or is built previously to Frank Reich to run the football. What are we doing there? Because Miles Sanders hasn't been the guy you signed him up to be, or isn't the guy that he tried to be, or we thought he was going to be. Chuba Hubbard's got, I believe, a higher yards per carry average at this point right now, more of the power run back style. So this is why I don't have an issue with a concept of simplifying the playbook, because what it says to me is we're going to take away all the extraneous stuff that we just don't have the tool set to pull off right now and really dial in on what we are. I'm taking Carolina to cover the points against Miami this weekend because of this.
That's going to be
it's 13.5, dude.
It's 13. Yeah, I don't see it. I think it's going to be a drubbing. I think we're going to get destroyed. And it is what it is. I have zero expectations. Every time I expect something from this team, I get let down. So I have no expectations coming into this game. But going back to your point, listen, we talk with this offense in general. We saw it all training camp. We saw Shenault getting touches out of the backfield. Shenault is your power back. We saw success with that in this Lions game. Why are we just now getting to that? Why are we just now seeing Shenault get carries out the backfield in this Deebo Samuel role? That's where I have questions. Miles Sanders, whether he's injured, I think he's injured personally. He's not that guy. Maybe if you're injured, you shouldn't be playing. But right now, Chuba Hubbard has been proven to be the better running back. Why is it just now we're seeing in this Lions game Chuba Hubbard get more snaps than Miles Sanders? Oh, because you paid him? Like those are the question marks I have. And this is why I start to question Reich, because it's common sense. These are common sense things that we saw, and we saw it happen during training camp. We saw Shenault out the backfield a ton, and we were all excited. Oh, we got a mini Deebo coming here, and we're just now getting to it in week 5. Like those are the question marks I have. And when I see this stuff and you see a bad offense and we're just now getting to it, I got to start to question Reich in the play calling. Is Thomas Brown going to get it maybe after the bye? I don't know. We've got to figure something out. And I got questions.
See, question mark that's a good term, because Frank Reich, who's in it? Oh man, I thought he was in the game. Oh no, my bad. That's my fault.
That was pretty bad.
Oh yeah. No. Well, oh no, I'm sorry. That's my fault.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
And that's a second consecutive week that's occurred where we've had these things where what? And I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe he's covering for his assistant coaches, because maybe his assistant coaches maybe handle the rotation. But even with that, this all-star coaching staff that we have, you would think they would have their stuff together. And that's just not the case. So it's disappointing either way that he's come out in back-to-back weeks with these you can't say stuff like that publicly. If it's happening, just keep it to yourself, bro. We're already peed. Don't give us more ammunition to say, all right, this guy is incompetent. Right? So I got questions.
Last thing I'll say, and this is football adjacent, Rashad. I will say, I think the one thing we can agree on, so we can all kumbaya our way out of this, man, public relations for the Panthers stinks right now.
Bro, terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. The stuff that's going out there with trading for wide receivers and then backtracking, they're all, come on, man. Listen, I know some of the guys that are on the public relations staff. Okay. Those are some of the guys that approached me during training camp. Okay. So I have some relationships with some of these guys, and it's not good. They've got some work to do. Where's Olivia Pope when you need it? It's not good right now.
Rashad Beard hosts the Panther Nation podcast. Make sure you are subscribed to their stuff on YouTube. When y'all going live again?
We will be, unfortunately, we're going to be live streaming this game. We are going to live stream the game. And listen, it's not going to be fun. Hey, listen, you want to see a lot of drama. You want to see a lot of, some cuss words go out. Come and join us. A lot of frustration. But hey, we're going to live stream during the game on Sunday. It is what it is.
I was gonna put the Saints on the big screen and Carolina on the second big screen. I might be putting Shad and Dave on the second big screen now.
You want to see? Yeah, it's going to be primetime TV, especially if it goes down south quickly. It's going to be, tune in Panther Nation podcast on YouTube on Sunday because it's going to be crazy.
Appreciate you, big dog.
Absolutely, man. Always fun. I love to come here and vent. It's like therapy session, so it is what it is, man.
We'll see how the game does next week. It might be a different story. We'll find out.
Never know. Maybe the bye week will have some fun.
There it is. Panther Nation PC on Twitter. Make sure you follow their YouTube channel, though, on YouTube at Panther Nation Podcast. See you next week, big dog.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Later on, that is Rashad Beard. We are back with Emily Adams of the Greenville News after this on the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away for a couple of minutes while we get Emily plugged up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988. Join us at
I love it when Rashad basically is on my side. So, I mean, I hate that we have to take sides. I wish that the Panthers have won, at least a game That would be kind of cool. And where's Rob? Oh, there he is. Emily standing by.
Lovely. Thanks. Outstanding.
Stop. Rob Brown time. Dong, 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 dong.
Thanks to Rashad Beard for stopping by as always, talking a little Carolina Panther football. Now we switch gears and we head to the college level, where we welcome at this time every Thursday a friend of the show, friend of mine. She is a reporter for the Greenville News covering the South Carolina Gamecock Athletic Department. She is the one and the only Emily Adams, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show. Good morning, Emily. How was your bye week?
Good morning, Ryan. It certainly is a morning now for y'all.
Yes, it is.
My bye week was great. I went down to Atlanta for the weekend. The Phillies are up on the Braves. I've had a great few days.
Emily decided to come in here and throw a haymaker out of the gate. Couldn't even just say, hello, Rob. It's great to be back. Nope, had to just punch me in the mouth out of the gate.
Pile on, Emily. We all are.
Golly.
Why not?
I know it's Rob v. the world. I thought Emily would be on my side this morning. Nope, even she's got them loaded for me.
Yeah, not when the Phillies sports are involved. It's all bets are off.
I respect that. And by the way, congratulations on your NLCS appearance that you will earn inevitably tonight, because my baseball team, Emily, stinks.
It's really odd. I mean, I know all the Braves fans were not believers coming in, but I did not expect it to look like this.
Oh God, it's ugly. I don't want to talk about it. Let's talk about the Gamecocks. That's more. Emily, what was the bye week? We talked a little bit last week about what we wanted to see out of this bye. I have said a number of times, I think the next 3 games, Florida, Missouri, and A&M, if there is a referendum to be held on Gamecock football, these next 3 games are it, because I can see this being a stretch where this team could go 3-0. I could see it being a stretch where they go 0-3. I just don't know. So off the bye week, what do you think Gamecock fans will learn about this team specifically this Saturday against Florida?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right on there. And I think this Florida game arguably is the biggest of the 3. I think this is one that if they want to have really any path to bowl eligibility, they need this game to be a win. So, we've heard a lot this week about, they were tinkering with things over the bye week. They're reevaluating personnel. There might be some lineup changes, especially, on the lines. They're going to start using the young players. Now they're ready to kind of, adjust things in that way. So I think this weekend is a lot of, promises need to come to fruition. And if they don't, it's maybe time to panic a little bit.
And that was what I talked a little bit about this earlier in the show, right? Like we saw the interview with Shane Beamer where he was kind of asked for his state of the union, if you will, about this team. And he said, look, we didn't expect to be 2-3. We don't love being 2-3. I even defended that by saying that you probably had one of, if not the most difficult 5-game stretch out of the gate of any team in America. But at the same time, there are spots that it's fair to ask questions. Recruiting, yeah, you're getting some wins with guys like Nick Harbor, but there's also a lack of depth to this team that is starting to show through. That's a recruiting problem. The wins and losses, you're doing slightly better than Will Muschamp did at the same point in his career. That's something that I circle and have concerns about. To me, I don't think it's unfair to look at the program and go, hey, the culture's a win. The attitude of the fan base is much better than it's been for a very long time. But if you look at this team and don't think there are concerns, and especially if this team goes 1-2 or 0-3 in the next 3, I would say it is time for all of the goodwill and all the sunglasses and dancing to go away, and it's time to hammer down on what's wrong.
Yeah, and I will say I think there is sort of an awareness about that, and I think Shane made a good point on Tuesday where he said, by really any metric, they've overachieved in the first 2 years. I don't think there's any question about that. And I think, he's sort of run himself into this corner where the expectation is unrealistically high, I think, at this point, especially as, he's in this sort of in-between phase of, the veteran must-champ guys kind of exiting and his young core coming in. But they're still in the awkward phase of that, I think, and this year and possibly next year as well are sort of going to be evidence of that. And so I don't think it's, Shane needs to be fired if they don't make a bowl this year or next year. But, I think they need to start seeing the steps of the rebuild coming together here.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I think the spot is right now. It is not so much about, yes, we're building, and I think every team is going to say they're building forward. I think Nick Saban would say it at Alabama. I think everybody would say we are building, we are moving forward. The problem is at some point, the results have got to be there. I think last year you could see the results of the momentum moving forward. The problem is, and maybe it's just me, it feels stalled right now, but I'm also trying to rectify that with, but I think a lot of teams and a couple of good teams would probably also be 2-3 during this stretch. At Athens, neutral site against North Carolina, at Tennessee. Those are 3 ridiculously difficult games and environments to win in. There's a lot of teams that would be 2-3, but I also look at the game against Tennessee. I look at the game against Georgia where the second half kind of felt like a meltdown, and I go, I question the mental fortitude right now, and I don't think I'm overstepping or being unfair in doing so, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, and I think part of that too, especially, they didn't have a great second half at Tennessee. They didn't have a great second half at Georgia. It's sort of become the opposite of what we saw a lot last year, where they, had such sluggish starts and then sort of made those halftime adjustments. And it's, I don't know how much of that is mental versus like the actual just lack of depth and, the conditioning maybe not being there. But I mean, you can see them fatigue as a game goes on mentally, physically. And I don't know what you do about that at this point in the season. I don't know how fixable that is, especially as you go on this, back-to-back road trips, long road trips to Mizzou and Texas A&M, and 2 games that are going to be, potentially a lot harder than we thought they were going to be preseason.
What should we see? What should we expect to see? What should we want to see out of this game against Florida? Because I've said, like I said a number of times, this 3-game stretch upcoming, Florida, Mizzou, and A&M, they're all winnable games. They're all losable games. If this is indeed a referendum and it starts against Florida, we saw Shane Beamer late last week say, hey, I got to use these young wide receivers. I got to get Nick Harbor in there. I've got to get these other young cats in there. Should we expect to see that against Florida? Should we expect to see the offense open up a little bit? Like, what would be the expectations for South Carolina against Florida on Saturday?
Yeah, I think on the offensive side, that really is the big thing. From the line to the field positions, just seeing some more of those young guys get reps and meaningful reps, I think is the big thing. We've seen Nick Harbor out there a few times. We've seen Tyshawn Russell out there a few times, but they're not, getting consistent targets, things like that. Even when it comes to Xavier Legette, I'd like to see them take some more deep shots to him, just like, throw up some 50-50 balls and let him beat somebody, because he's been doing it. And I felt like they didn't use that as much as they, could have or should have against Tennessee, even with, the defense doing what they were doing to try to take him away. And then on the defensive side, I think with Florida, the run defense is sort of facing its test right here. If Trevor Etienne's playing, he ran it down their throats last year, and the run defense has not looked better in 2023. So I think, keeping that under control, if they can, keep Etienne under control, keep, Graham Mertz under control, I think, they're moving in a better direction than they were with Tennessee.
Emily Adams joining us here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. She covers the Gamecocks for the Greenville News and joins us every Thursday at this time. If coming off the bye, obviously you're going to be a little bit healthier than you were going in. That's the great news. Obviously, you've had some time to kind of retool the playbook and do it specifically for the Gators, especially after Florida's gone through the stretch they've gone through. Great win over Tennessee, but they got punked by Kentucky. It's not gone great for Billy Napier's team so far. What do you think, Emily, is the reaction if this South Carolina team does not get the job done at home against the Gators?
I think it's really bad, honestly, and especially because with how good Mizzou has looked through the first couple of weeks, with Texas A&M, looking pretty competitive so far this year. They're not going to be favored in either of those two games, I don't think, at this point. And so for this Florida game to be homecoming, to be their last, home game for a while for Florida, who has been horrific on the road under Billy Napier, even worse than South Carolina has been on the road, in fact. I think just so many of those sort of external factors are in their favor here. And this game is so important, I think, for setting them on a trajectory for the rest of the season that is not a complete disaster. I think it's really bad if they lose this game. I think it's a really big deal, for the entire rest of the year.
Emily Adams covers the South Carolina Gamecocks athletic department. She does so for the Greenville News. You can find her on Twitter at EAAdams6. She's a phenomenal follow and a phenomenal interview every Thursday. Emily, you are the best. Thank you very much. And again, let me get it out of the way so that you don't beat me up too much next week. Good luck in the NLCS.
Happy Red October, Rob. Thanks for having me.
It's a good thing I like you, Emily. It really is. We'll talk to you next weekend, ma'am. There you go.
Yeah.
Emily Adams of the Greenville News at EAAdams6 on Twitter. Absolutely relentless coming into this interview today. Unbelievable. I am going to step out in the hallway and compose myself while I try to normalize the fact that
Does that require tucking
no, just
no.
deep breaths and probably a bit of meditation upcoming during this next
Chocolate?
60 seconds
Maybe,
for me.
Maybe chocolate.
I might have to.
Okay.
Is there any
all right.
are there mimosas downstairs by chance? Emily's the nicest person I know, and even she came in.
Check Steve's
today.
office. He might have you covered.
While I go meditate in the hallway and try to center my chi, the great Lonzo is going to drop off for you a couple of very important sports stories in the Rob Brown Show Sports Flash. And then in hour number 4, we talk some more football. We got Fight Club. We get you set up for Thursday Night Football, Broncos Chiefs. It's all coming up in the next hour of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Lonzo!
Time for a Sports Flash where my chi or key is over 9,000. Just want to point that out. Yesterday in the MLB playoffs, the Houston Astros eliminated the Minnesota Twins 3-1 with a 3-2 win, setting up an American League Championship Series against the Texas Rangers. In the National League, the Diamondbacks swept the Dodgers with a 4-2 win and await the winner of Atlanta versus Philadelphia. The Phillies beat the Braves 10-2, and Atlanta now faces elimination tonight in Game 4 at 8:07, and everyone is reminding Rob of that. All right. The Carolina Hurricanes opened the 2023 NHL season with a 5-3 win over the Ottawa Senators last night. The Hurricanes entered the year with the best odds in the league to win the Stanley Cup. Make sure you tune in tonight, 7:30, as the Chiefs take on the Broncos on your home for NFL football. The Fan Upstate. Day will be there. It's way over 9,000, James. It's the real reason why Rob left the room, because the scouter just busted. Try to fit them in where I can. First of all, Zach, I have 2 college teams and 2 NFL teams. I pull for the Kansas City Chiefs and the Carolina Panthers. I also am from Ohio. I've lived here half my life. The other half was in Ohio. So I will represent my home, which are the Ohio State Buckeyes. And I also pull for the Gamecocks. So, I don't subscribe, ascribe, describe, whatever you want to do to that. You have to have one town, one team. That's a bunch of crap. Be a fan of whoever you want when you want. You want to switch teams? I don't care about that either. But I'm always going to be remember where you came from and remember where you are. And it is the law when you move to South Carolina that you got to pick one team or the other. And Clemson fans made that choice for me, which is why I'm a Gamecock fan also. And if you're from South Carolina and you hate Ohio State, it's because you were told that you were supposed to. See? And not trying to be mean here, but if Woody knew it was going to cost him his job, he should have punched harder. I mean, that's all I'm saying. If you know a punch is going to cost you your job, aren't you going to put that? He's an old man, though, so that might have been all he had. I don't know. I've seen some video of some recent flying cars rather. A punch of Yankees. I see what you did. Yeah. Although a Woody Hayes punch might have hurt. I don't know.
That is still one of the most unbelievable clips of all time.
I think Rob's been one to throw a Woody Hayes punch at me all morning. So I mean, Although I do wonder, how old was Woody Hayes when he threw the punch? Because to me, he was like 73 years old. And watch him be like 40-something when he did it. Because his hair was all white and you can ask him. I'm sure he will read your comment, Zach. As soon as he's done texting out that Tay-Tay's going to be at the game tonight, which is what he's doing right now.
That does mean that the fiance is going to let me put it on the big screen.
There you go.
She cares.
Woody Hayes, age when he punched the Clemson player. He was 65. Okay, I feel a lot better because, as someone who just turned 55, thank you, Joe. I just
got 10 more years of punching people.
No, I'm just worried that he was like 47 when he did it. People looked older back then, though, I think. She probably will, James. I'm going to try to grab that laughter that she put forth and use that on my cart wall because I enjoyed it. And hopefully anytime I play that laughter, Rob will remember where the laughter came from.
The final, the hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Oh, I thought I was waiting for it.
No, I can't do that anymore. So I was trying to help you over here. That's me. That's what I was doing with my fingers.
Thank you very much to Rashad Beard and Emily Adams for joining the radio broadcast today. We talked some Carolina. We talked some Carolina. Now we talk a little Clemson. Well, we did talk some Clemson, actually.
Yeah, you already did. Why are we going double Clemson here? I mean, they got to buy. Last I heard,
They do got to buy.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll throw it out one more time. 71307. In fact, here we'll come through and read and respond to some of your text that you have been sending in to the.
I got to do something with
line.
my eyes because and the Gentiles is trending, and I keep thinking it says and the genitals are trending, and it's like, well, I mean, it's I don't have dyslexia, but you don't see Gentiles spelled out too often.
Correct. How often is genital showing up on your Twitter?
Quite a bit, unfortunately. If it's trending, it's trending, and genitals has been trending. I just,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know why, because I'm not going to click on it, but
So we have been kind of all over the place today. Let's do.
I apologize. I broke the rule there. I'm probably in trouble.
Did.
You
Sure
go ahead.
did. Let's do a little cleanup spot here. Let's take a look at some of the texts that you guys. Zach said this conversation changed very quickly. Welcome to the show. Little cleanup spot.
I forgot myself. I apologize.
We'll take a look at some of the texts that you guys have been sending into the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN. We'll read them on the air. Texter says, Rob, the Panthers will hang with Miami in the first half, but the inability to sustain drives and turnovers will lead to the defense tiring out, and it'll be a bloodbath in the second half. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to put a little something down on Carolina to cover 13.5. I think that, listen, this game is going to tell me one of two things. It is going to tell me that, indeed, the Panthers have given up.
Indeed,
the Panthers have given up on the coaching staff. The Panthers do not believe in the Panthers, and I understand it. I've said this week, I think it's time to trade Brian Burns. I think he's more valuable in terms of what he can return in assets than he is to the football team right now, so I would make that move. I have said a number of times, I know that they have walked back, but they have said that they're in the market for a wide receiver. Atlanta went and got Von Jefferson out of L.A. this week. That was a massive pickup for Desmond Ridder in the game. Wow, nothing but the bottom of the net. Nice. Attaboy, Zoe. I'm
never taking another shot in my life.
Either. Walk off. I think that it would be a bit of a mistake to make a move for a wide receiver that is anything other than a multi-year signing. I think if you go bring in a guy that you have to give a bunch up for just this year, it would be a bad decision because capital down the line is more important right now. Now, would it give Bryce Young an opportunity to develop with a top flight wide receiver? Yes. Would that be good? Yes. Would it open back up a playbook that Frank Reich has allegedly simplified? Yes, because I pointed out, I think the simplification comes from the fact that about half the plays that you would like to run as an NFL team are unavailable to you right now because of the fact that you've built a run-blocking offensive line, according to Rashad Beard, and the fact that you have 0 wide receivers that have route-running speed inside the top 43 receivers in the National Football League.
Damn, son, that is one compelling argument.
I know. That's why I'm leaning on it so heavy, because it's a good one. So I think assets and capital are more important right now than anything else you're going to do. And that's why I'm intrigued. That being said, simplified playbook. Bryce doesn't have to think as much about plays that might get called once every 4, 5, 6 drives. Allows him to dial in on the ones that he knows he'll be performing with some routine. And I think that is important. I think rhythm and routine are important. Just like anybody who is training for a new job, the very first thing you want to do is develop a routine, develop a rhythm. Lonzo and I moved into this slot a week and a half ago. You know what the very first thing that I told the lady friend was? It was not about the show at all. I didn't say, I need to build in more benchmarks, or I need to do this, or I need to do that, or get this, or get that, or make this, or whatever. The very first thing I
He
said
said,
to her,
Lonzo needs to do better. That's what he said.
that's
to her.
exactly what I said. The
And
second thing I
and she
said,
knew that already. So
the second thing that I said to them or to her was, I got to develop a better routine. I got to have a bedtime. I got to have a fall asleep time. I got to have a routine of things I do leading up to that. Routines are important. I think we function on pattern. We are pattern seeking primates. We are pattern seeking monkeys. Patterns help us. Patterns develop us. And I think that's what you're looking for here with Bryce. I think it's about developing routines and patterns. Texter said, Rob, do the Panthers have an identity? Better yet, have they ever? I think they had an identity in the early 2000s, in mid 2000s. Yes, I think they had an identity.
Cam Newton was their identity. Cam Newton
was that an identity?
And good defense.
Steve Smith Sr. in his prime helped form the identity.
They were a running team for the longest.
100%. Luke Kuechly made them a hard-nosed defense at the line of scrimmage. I agree with that take. I don't think there is an identity right now. And identities are important. I don't think there is.
I beg
one.
to differ. There is an identity.
I mean, if you want to keep going.
All right. So I know that's a joke, but that is their identity right now, is that their quarterback is too short. That is the identity. Because
respectfully, I think the too short thing is
you don't have to be
correct.
You don't have to be respectful.
Okay, it's a lazy take.
Yeah, all right. Maybe a lazy take, but that's the only thing the Panthers are known for right now. That's it.
I have not tuned in and heard anybody say the Panthers would be fine if Bryce was 6'3".
Well, in my circles, I've heard that.
No one has said this team's better if he's 6'3". No one believes that. No one. I can't imagine that take. That's a lazy take.
So he's just a bad quarterback and height wouldn't matter.
No. I think Rashad hit the nail on the head. This team is built one way and being coached another. I think that's what it comes down to. Texter said, Joey said, I'd rather Bryce throw 5 INTs a game without being held back than this horrible, predictable play calling. All caps, take the damn training wheels off. End quote.
But instead, they're going to put more on because he's not ready.
I don't think. Yes, the play calling is boring and predictable. I'm not going to disagree with you on that, Joey. I agree with that.
Yeah, and he talked about routines. He needs to get in routines and patterns. When he gets into a routine and pattern, you know who also notices that? The opposite defense.
I don't think the play calling needs to be predictable. Do I think it needs to be simplified? Yes, I think you need to, as Rashad and I agreed on. I think you need to play to your strengths and away from your weaknesses. And I think this team has done the opposite. I think they've played to their weaknesses and not played up the strengths. And I think that is what needs to change. I don't think you need to have a 300-play playbook for Bryce Young. I think you can have 30 plays and still be wide open enough.
I wonder what the average NFL playbook is as far as length is. And can you tally that since they kind of keep it secret?
It's kind of tough to answer that question in 2023 because so many plays have 9 or 10 different adaptations on them, right? Based on we're going to line up this way and this is the play. But if you analyze, if we move a man in motion and they show that they're in man, not zone, then this route changes at the same play, but this route's going to be this and this route's going to be that. So I think it's kind of hard to say there's 50 plays in this playbook because 25 of those plays may have 2 or 3 other potential adaptations within them based on what you see. That is why I want a cerebral quarterback, especially when you have a Mike McDaniel offense or an Andy Reid. Andy Reid's offense does not work with Anthony Richardson. It doesn't. Now, Anthony Richardson's offense in Indy works right now because it's not a complicated offense. It says, look, wide receiver 1, 2, and 3, and if those don't work, take off. But what happened to Anthony Richardson? The big fear. He took off. He got slung to the deck. He's now on the IL. He's out 6 games. That is the risk you take when you use your quarterback's legs as a primary weapon, which you are obligated to do with Richardson and Stroud, as opposed to using them as a secondary weapon like Bryce Young.
I think you're being disrespectful to Andy Reid right now because Andy Reid would adjust to whatever quarterback he had and find their strengths, and it would be all new plays.
Then he wouldn't be using Andy Reid's playbook. He'd be using an adapted playbook.
No, it would be Andy Reid's new playbook. I mean, I seriously doubt he's using plays that he used when he was in Philadelphia.
Correct. Because when he got to Kansas City, tooled his playbook to meet the players that he has on this team. Right?
And that's been a big complaint. And Rashad even said it. It's a big complaint about what's being done with this team.
I just said that. That is the problem to me, is that the playbook constructed is Frank Reich's, and it is built for the team that he used to coach, not the roster he has built in Charlotte right now. That is what I'm saying. A simplified playbook that plays to the strengths, recognizing, hey, we don't have a vertical threat. We do not have one. There's not one. And if there's no vertical threat, there's no sense in giving Bryce 50 plays that are vertical plays. We're never going there, or at least it's never going to work.
I never thought in a million years that our biggest fight, even more so than NIL, would be over your inability to say that at least part of this is Bryce Young's fault.
If I send somebody to build a house and all I give them is an ice cream scoop, I'm not going to blame that guy for being unable to construct something.
Wow, is that just like off the top?
That's the best I could do on the fly. Best I could do. Texter said, I was at the Garth Brooks show at Bank of America, 9th row, amazing concert, and that comes from a metalhead. Listen, Garth Brooks puts on a rock and roll show. It is a rock and roll show with country music behind it. It is a rock show, though.
It's like 93 years old now.
And still killing the game.
I mean, how charismatic can you be at 93?
Very, according to Garth Brooks. I think that the point, though, behind that and the conversation that stems from was about the grass v. turf. You can't do that show if BOA's floor is turf. You can't do that show if the floor is grass.
So in the end, it's about money, and everything else is more important than the football and the players. It just makes it look like the players are what a lot of people think they are. They're just an asset. When that asset is done, you move on to the next one.
No owner. I can't say no. I suspect that. I assume that no owner has ever bought a team and thought to himself, I don't care if I lose money as long as the team is good, because you don't get to where you can afford an NFL franchise without thinking money over other people.
Jerry Jones doesn't think that?
Jerry Jones' loyalty to Dak Prescott is not loyalty to Dak Prescott. It's loyalty to his ego. That's what it is. I've told you that yesterday. Dak Prescott is not still the quarterback of the Cowboys because JJ feels some heart-tugging emotion to Dak.
So it's about not admitting that you're wrong.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Because as I've said before, if you ever get to a point where you can afford an NFL franchise, it's because you're a sociopath. I will stand on that. I'm not a psychologist, but I've read a book. It's because you're a sociopath. You cannot care about other people's feelings and well-being and amass billions of dollars. It can't be done. You have to be willing to let people hurt in your pursuit of money. And so it makes sense that that would translate to the players themselves. I'm not really concerned about your ankles, legs, ability to make money playing football, and well-being. I care about money more than all of that. Because if they did, Bank of America would be turf already. It'd be grass already. He'd have done that 2 years ago when the players started complaining, but he hasn't. Why? So that Garth Brooks can play a show there. So that Taylor Swift can play a show there. So that whoever, the Rolling Stones, can play a show there. That's it. If Tep cared, that field would be grass. He's got 2 teams playing on that field. He's got 7 or 8 or 9 Panthers games a year. And he's got 17 Charlotte FC games there, all of whom want grass. But he's not going to do that because the pursuit of money is more important than the health and well-being of his players. And that's not just Tep. That's why half the league plays on turf. That's why, right there. All right, Texter says, Rob, I'm not giving up on the Braves. I think they win tonight and force a game 5. Well, that makes one of us, Texter. That makes one of us, because I do not see a path to victory tonight for Atlanta. Spencer Strider will have to have the single best game of his life. And keep in mind, Strider went, 7 innings of 2-run baseball? 7 innings of 2-run baseball back in game 1, and the Braves lost that game. Now, this is interesting to me. Last night, I was interested in the lines. Atlanta checked in as a plus 105 underdog to open that game yesterday. You know what their line is right now on the money line? Which is just a straight up win. You know what their line is on the money run right now? Minus 150. Minus 150. That is the biggest stretch in odds. The Phillies are plus 130 tonight. The Braves were plus 105 as a dog last night. The Phillies plus 130 tonight. I don't understand that line at all. Plus money on the Phillies tonight after what they did last night. Plus money on the Phillies. Spencer Strider's good, but if the Braves can't hit, it doesn't matter what he does. At some point, you go to the bullpen. The Braves' bullpen has been trash lately. The Phillies just got to wait until the 6th inning, chase Strider, and score 2 runs, and they can win this game.
So how would you make money on this? Betting against your team or for your team?
Here's the thing. The Phillies are plus 130. I'm laying it all on the Phillies right now. That's plus money. That means for every 100 you bet, you get 130 back if the Phillies win. At minus 160, you got to bet 160 to make 100 for the Braves. If you bet $100 and you lose, and you win for the Braves, if you bet $100, you're getting $40 or $50 back, something like that. I don't see how you don't jump all over the Phillies at plus 130 tonight after what they're doing right now. That's ridiculous money. Texas said Garrett Riley is scared to open the book up more. Is he scared or regulated? That's been my concern all year. That Garrett Riley's being regulated.
Could he be a little bit of both?
It might be a little bit of both. I got to think, because, again, we've seen the playbook open. We've seen them take shots deep. I got to think, as a texter said yesterday, at some point, he's got a Dabo in his headset going, hey, I want to run here. And maybe not telling him what to run, but just, I want to run here. I want a screen here, right? Give me a screen. I don't know. We'll see. All right. There's a couple of texts you guys have sent in on the text line. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, it's Thursday. You know what that means. It's time for Fight Club with the Great One. Your home for all things combat sports, boxing, MMA.
Well, I think there's contact in all of
contact
them. There is, so we're good.
And, of course, obviously a lot of pro wrestling. That's all coming up next on the Rob Brown Show. It's coming up on the Fan Upstate. That was real close to being real bad.
You say that's a close one, as if nothing came out.
I mean, only a little. Only a little. Most of it on my pants, so that's good news.
And now, Mark Ryan's Morning Sports Pin, powered by Ingles. Low prices, love the savings.
What do you remember most about having a bad loss? You know, Frank Reich and Carolina Panthers said so tight to what it's like to work with David Tepper. Boy, do I feel bad. You know, every time the Panthers lose, he's got to look forward to, that's in air quotes, to a sit-down meeting with Dave Tepper, where he essentially peels the paint off the walls, letting Frank know all that he did that was wrong. Frank Reich even used the words, they're not fun, talking about the meetings he has with David Tepper. Folks, there is no coincidence that in the 5 years before David Tepper took over, the Panthers made the playoffs 4 times in 5 years, and in the 7 years since, they haven't made the playoffs a single time. His soccer team hasn't made the playoffs in 2 years. He's 0 for 9 as an owner. He can't help himself from meddling. He can't help himself from being
I have to admit, Diesel's idea of putting the things on the wall like fat heads.
I like that.
It does. It
I like
does
that.
look good. It does.
I like that.
I don't know who actually placed them, but they did a good job with it. Now we'll see if someone comes and tries to steal Junior off the wall. Keegan, he never would ignore anybody. You know that as well as I do.
Wouldn't dare.
So there's no way that he would ignore.
In a conversation with the people that set up the GM thing yesterday, they have invited us to the groundbreaking for the Spartanburg Stadium. in a
You
couple
mean
weeks.
the station?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
specifically you and I, but yes.
I think it's another one of those things where you just put me in there because I'm a with and an and those are never put in conversations. You can't steal my chip. My chip is right there,
It's
man.
squarely
It's you know when something like sits somewhere for a long time and just like things grow over it. See, Keegan gets it. See, I
And Lonzo.
read your text.
Texter says all of the other shows say too short is too short. Oh, I see your text, Keegan. Yes. Good work, buddy. Good work.
I was helping you out there, Keegan. That's what a with or an and does.
I was going to get to it.
He'll see Joe's right away because it has the new way in it. Or he will only after I point it out.
We also got 3 texts about genitalia. So,
Hey, man, I told you I'm a man of the people. I know the audience.
Joey B. Yes.
See,
Yes.
it's like on a delay, but he finally got there.
I got 4 screens over here,
like,
man.
He spotted the beer and the cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
That's like,
yeah.
You know how when things are like highlighted and they like come at you like a 3D thing, those things just went, and he went. Ugh. We're not talking wrestling at all. We're just going to talk MMA.
Here for has been a lot of news.
That's it.
US 88 pulled away from UW.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. Why you gotta ruin it?
I ruin everything.
Why you, man? What do you do? You talk about me killing a bit.
You are a bit killer.
No, I'm not. It's just you think everybody is, and I'm not in that group. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You know what? I'm not sorry that I'm different. Okay.
I see something happening on Twitter right now that I wonder if it's in.
I'm looking at X and I don't see anything.
I just sent it to you.
Let's go. Well, that goes against the rule, but those don't apply anymore. So why does it matter?
Because if you don't bring this up in Fight Club, I'm going to.
You send it to me where? Messages?
Twitter DM.
Oh yeah, I was. Well, no. Oh yeah, you didn't see that?
No.
You talking about Heyman and
Yep.
yeah, because Lisa's like, why would he be talking to her? I was like, she's bloodline. Welcome into the Fight Club. On this version of Fight Club, we're going to be talking about NXT versus Rampage. We're going to be talking about
Dynamite.
Tony Khan. Yeah, Rampage Dynamite. Thank you for the correction. You're not supposed to interrupt me during the first part.
Yep,
yeah,
sorry.
that's it. And but let us start here. Conor McGregor is now back in the doping pool, the pool where you have to be drug tested, and the stories are being tied together as if this is the reason why the USADA is going, yeah, we're not going to be with the UFC anymore. This is why I said you would love it and hate it at the same time, because you're probably going to hate it for the athletes. It's been mentioned many times that UFC should do their own drug testing. That's self-policing, and it's probably not a good idea. But because can you imagine if the NFL kind of does, don't they? Because they bring an independent test, but they pick people randomly to be tested. So I guess they already do that. NBA, I'm not sure if they do that or not. MLB, how's that work? Do they bring in random people to be tested also?
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know.
Okay, so
I really don't know. I should probably know. I should investigate some. I might now. Here's what I will say.
MLB just brings in old sports writers and says, does that guy look like he's juicing? And if they say yes, well then,
Not anymore. Post the what is it? Bio whatever scandal, biogenesis scandal and all that. They started going out to outside agencies for dope testing. This is kind of interesting to me because as much as I have watched fights and given money for fights at the UFC level, I trust Dana White about as far as I can throw him, and that's not very far because he's a sturdy fella.
Yeah, but he's sturdy in a muscle kind of way.
He's a thick dude.
He'd make Diesel go, man, I got to do some work. That's what he would do.
Considering the number of guys over the past handful of years that have been popped for a positive doping test, if they go in-house, especially if it is not made public, the process, the clean results, as the results come in, etc.
They do own WWE now, and that's maybe they're just taking on the WWE policy of the wellness policy. I'm halfway joking here because they're all under the same roof now, and maybe they looked at the wellness policy model of the WWE and went, let's do that here. But the question I have, and I don't know the answer, USADA, how is that? I mean, how is that? Is that the recognized body state to state as far as commissions go, boxing commissions or whatever? Because each state has different rules about combat sports and how much blood and stuff like that. Does this factor in? I mean, does this change whether you can go to a state where they say if you're not using these guys, you can't fight here?
I don't know. Like I said, I really don't know. All I know is the combat sports in question, boxing and MMA, because nobody cares as far as the roids go. Nobody cares about wrestling. As far as the actual legitimate combat sports go, having an outside agency that will not license you unless you go through their processes in a sport in which people can die legitimately and will continue to. People can and will legitimately die. I think it is important to have an outside independent agency that has no stake in these fights other than doing the testing to stay involved with that. So when these agencies, this is my concern, when an agency pulls away, speculation at its best, but it says to me that something within the organization is happening in a way that the agency does not approve of, and that's why they want to separate themselves. And that scares me a little bit for the future of the sport.
I knew at least on one aspect you would smile because all these stories, again, the headline is Conor McGregor, and then this is the second part. And I don't know why they're doing that. It almost makes it look like in several articles that I looked at, including the one that I printed out to put on here, that this is a result of Conor McGregor. But then and it's clickbait to a degree because the articles I read doesn't say that, but they imply that in the title of the article.
Yeah, I will agree. I do, and I have had an issue with that because I saw the same thing this morning when I got in here and started doing the show prep cleanup. I saw a couple of different articles that leaned on McGregor in the dope pool. Oh, and also one of the major doping agencies. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if that's, and you look, and then it's not connected at all. It's
not. And you have to go all the way down on a couple articles to like 4 or 5 paragraphs before they even address the USADA. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So
and maybe that's the only way people would notice this story is by putting Conor McGregor's name in it.
Well, let's be real. Outside of
the rumors, I mean, you've seen the pictures of him, and he is jacked right now. He absolutely is. It could be natural. It could be
hardcore fans, people who are, and I think the UFC likely has one of the larger fan bases made up predominantly of casual fans. Casual fans don't give a crap. They don't care. They just want to tune in, watch the fights, and then tune out. They don't care. And so the only way to get those people to click on that article when you go, oh, here's a bunch of technical stuff about lab testing that they don't care about. The only way to get the casuals to click, and at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, I don't. Journalism today is based on clicks and views, not actual good reporting. There are good reporters out there, but welcome to when capitalism affects journalism. The only way to get a bunch of casuals, of which I assume the majority,
or when politics affect journalism.
No, this is a capitalism thing.
No, it's a politics.
No,
thing.
It's not. And we can have this fight off the air, but I promise you
that we won't fight off the air because I don't care about that much. But I disagree with you, obviously.
The only way that people that are to get a fan base that is largely casual to click on this, because if you're not an MMA fan, you're never clicking on an MMA story. So how do you get the casuals? Conor McGregor is the biggest polarizing figure in the sport. You got to throw his name in there to get people to go, oh, how's that connected? Because once you've clicked and read it, It doesn't matter if you're mad at it.
All right, let's go to Forbes, that reputable source that a lot of people go to business news to talk wrestling with. And I'm going to point that out every time. If you diss wrestling, then you're not into the business side like Forbes is, and they know that it's big money. Speaking of big money, who won the war? Tuesday night between NXT and AEW. Who won? If you look at the ratings are, let's see, WWE drew 921,000 and AEW drew 609,000. I know people want to say, see, WWE won and everything. And then other people are pointing out, yeah, but they had to bring in the big stars. And here's something I just want you to consider, okay? When it came to originally AEW going up against developmental, AEW won. And they should have. They're going up against developmental. Stars were brought in. And this, to me, shows that this would be a struggle for AEW if it went up against Raw or SmackDown, where the stars are. And I want to see it happen because I just want, but at the same time, we lose a night of wrestling. And I like that there's wrestling, like pretty much every day of the week, there's wrestling. If you throw in Impact and New Japan and some other stuff, which diehards would do. But I just read a report a little bit earlier that WWE is willing to move to a different night with a new TV deal. So would you want to see Monday Night Raw up against Dynamite? Would you, and neither would I, but there are fan bases out there that there are the diehards on one side, the diehards on the other side. This is better. You guys suck. And I mean, that's fine. The wrestlers don't look at it that way for the most part. Some of the wrestling companies do. I mean, Tony Khan was throwing shots and, that's fine. No big deal. In the end, if you look at just strictly ratings, NXT won. Now, as far as the shows go, they both were good. I thought they both were really good. NXT told more of a story, and AEW had more wrestling in it. And that's kind of what it is. WWE, sports entertainment. AEW, wrestling. Trying to dabble in the entertainment. Parts of it getting better, like with Tony Storm. And some of their stuff is getting good, and some of it's on the fringe of being controversial or is controversial. So do you care, Rob, who won the night?
No.
Yeah.
I won the night. I won the night because I got two really good wrestling shows. I won the night because I got a bunch of good matches. I got some funny stuff. I got some serious stuff. I got some great feuding. I got some great fights. I won the night. Like, really the biggest issue I had, I don't even care if Tony and Shawn Michaels are throwing barbs at each other, because that just means there's competition all the way up to the top. And I'm good with all of that.
It's also, I mean, probably a work. I mean, because it is the wrestling business. I mean, do they really have aught against each other other than being competitive businesses? I don't know. I don't
care. I don't care if it's real. I don't care if it's a shoot. I don't care if it's a work. I don't care if I got worked into a shoot, brother. It doesn't matter to me. What I want is for these two companies to have a good time. What I care about is these two companies to have the best product that they can put out there as a wrestling fan. What I care about is that I am entertained. And at the end of the day, as long as I am entertained, then I am happy. I'm not worried about a Tuesday night war. If WWE moves NXT to Wednesday or they do that in NXT or AEW, I don't care about any of that. I care about having good products.
All right. So Mike is jumping on there. No, I just want to point something out. This is a sports show on a sports station. We're talking sports and sports entertainment. That's what we do. Yes, there are bad things going on in the world. And you know what sometimes people want to do? They want to escape that and be entertained by tuning into something that's not talking about that. So that's why we're talking about this. And we do have a pretty good demographic of people who love wrestling. And we are speaking to them. And maybe some other people might be entertained to the point where they go, I like these guys. I like what they're talking about. They like this. Maybe I'll check it out. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's better than what some other people are depicting it. Only a little bit of time left. Trying to figure out where I should go here. So who had a better ending? Is it Undertaker or is it Adam Copeland?
I mean, listen, Taker's was an obvious cameo for the sake of a ratings bump.
Yeah, just don't do it, Taker. Don't do it. I mean, it was awesome, the choke slam, all that stuff, but stay retired, dude.
Undertaker showed up to get a ratings bump for a show. He was never going to be in a fight. He was never going to be talked into one or whatever the storyline would have called for. That was never going to be the point. That was there to get you to turn in to watch The Undertaker just be there for a minute. Whereas Adam Copeland now has a story going up, and not just a story going up, but he has a story going up against a very, very old friend / enemy / frenemy that is currently arguably the best heel in professional wrestling in Christian Cage. So, anytime The Undertaker shows up and that gong hits, or that bell hits, I'm going to tune in and I'm going to see it.
He said gong, by the way, with a G, not what some of you are about to text.
Anytime he shows up, I'm going to watch, because they're going to give him that moment to have a really cool moment. But at the end of the day, if you told me right now for the next 6 months, I can only watch a show The Undertaker's on or Edgeling Copeland is on, you got to watch Edge, man. This is what it is.
All right, one last thing. The wise man was seen talking to a certain female in the NXT locker room with his phone out. Don't read into it. I know how it sounds as I'm saying this. But she is the daughter of The Rock, and The Rock is bloodline, and so is she. Well, we see a female member of the bloodline finally.
Yep, because you got to have one. You've had for too long Rhea Ripley out there like being the X Factor in Judgment Day v. everybody. And you can't have somebody go out there and drop. Damn it! You can't go out there and drop. Have Roman drop an elbow on Rhea. But what you can do is get somebody who's related to him to do it. I like it. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap this bad boy up. Rob Alonzo and you. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
You got him so bad he has to leave. So the Sports Flash guy said, "Get off the schneid." Have you ever used that phrase? I've never used that phrase, and I've heard it a bunch. Probably I do. I think I'll look it up, but I have never used that. Oh, it's spelled SCHNEID. According to Dickens, all right, I'm not going to read it the way that is. Baseball dictionary, the term schneid comes via gin rummy, and in turn comes from Yiddish Schneider, one who cuts cloth. So get off the schneid. Okay, that's confusing to me. I mean, I know what it means, but I've never. Okay. Do you know how to spell schneid?
SNIDE?
No, that's what I thought too.
CHNID?
No, it's SCHNEID, as in get off the Schneider.
Okay. Learn something new today.
You guys stop it. I did my best to try to get you out of that and talk about something else, and you won't stop. Stop having a good time with explicit nature.
Wow. So I get BetQL emails about individual games. The one that just sent title is Broncos Country. Let's hide.
That's awesome. for a couple of reasons for me, because I can't stand the Broncos, but you know. You got there eventually. That's what I was trying to stop it, Josh.
I said gong, you bunch of perverts.
Like I said, that's why I brought up the Schneid thing, thinking I could divert, and it just didn't work.
Joey P went searching for that joke, and I respect
No, he's
that.
also cracking on me for
so
what I
much.
just did, looking up the definition for Schneid, trying to get them to think about that and not continue doing what. And I, you know, it was worth a shot. It was worth it. I tried really hard.
Oh man, you guys are terrible people.
But you
and that's why I
know, the
like you
funny
so
part
much.
is, since Rob said or did not say that, the viewership went up by a bunch. I just, you know, I don't know.
More Undertaker's wiener jokes.
Or actually, it went up when we started talking wrestling. So thank you for those of you in the wrestling community for letting people know that we're talking about it, and let your friends know. Maybe they should stay on for the rest of the show too.
What college football team has the highest linear broadcast views in 2023?
Linears, I mean,
People specifically went to watch that broadcast, not Quad
you
Box.
mean
They tuned into that
on
game.
TV.
Yep.
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Colorado versus Colorado State.
Colorado, just overall, all
Just
their names
Colorado.
compiled.
Okay. All right.
It's Colorado. Here's the number: LSU 20.47 million, Ohio State 23, Alabama's second with 28, Colorado 42.5. I have told you, you may not like the brashness of Deion Sanders. I have told you, you may not have liked the bravado of Deion Sanders, but I have told you that all of that is good for college football. And now we have a number to back it up. According to the Notre Dame football public relations team, they have just went and compiled the numbers of linear broadcast views for college football teams. Those are views from people who have tuned in specifically to watch a game. Not quad boxing it, not DV, just tuned in to watch a game. The top 6 most viewed teams in the country, these are people tuning in just to watch that game, goes this way. In 6th place, LSU. They have had 20.47 linear broadcast, 20.47 million linear broadcast views so far this year. You keep in mind that LSU has played Florida State in the season opener that was uncontested. That's a good number. 5th place, Ohio State, 23.18. You consider their primetime game against Notre Dame. That is a big number. Texas is 4th with 25.79 million linear broadcast views. The Red River rivalry in the Alabama game helped that number out. 3rd place, Notre Dame, 28.47 million linear views. That is why they are one of the very few teams that has, and certainly the most lucrative, individual network contract, and why they remain independent. They had the Ohio State game. They had the Duke game. These are big games that help that out. The second most viewed linear broadcast team, Alabama, 28.79. So they've had about 300,000 more linear views than Notre Dame. Who's the number 1 most viewed team? It is not shocking that it is Colorado. It is not shocking that it is Coach Prime. The shocking part is the number. LSU 20.4, Ohio State 23.1, Texas 25.7, Notre Dame 28.4, Alabama 28.7, Colorado 42.56 million linear broadcast views. Alabama 28. That's Alabama. That's a dynasty. That is one of the largest national fan bases in college football. Texas, 28 or 25.7. Notre Dame, a team so big that it has an individual school contract with a network, 28. Colorado has 42.56 million individual linear broadcast views. That is the Deion Sanders effect, ladies and gentlemen. That is, for those of you that have said Deion's bad for football. Deion's bad for football. The brash and the bravado is bad. This attitude, the transfers, the turnover of the roster, the this, the that, it's all bad. It might be bad to you, but that number don't lie. They have gotten 15 million more views than Alabama and Notre Dame. They have gotten almost 20 million more views than Texas in a year that Texas was supposed to be back, y'all. They have gotten almost 20 more million views than Ohio State. They got over 20 million more views than a top 5 to open the season LSU football team. Deion might not operate the way you want him to. But as I tell people all the time, the way it's always been done does not mean that is the way it will always be done. Now, it is going to be interesting moving forward for a couple of reasons. Colorado, yes, they blew out their first 2 opponents. Won me a lot of money in the process. And then they were in a contest and they lost with Oregon. And then they were in a contest and they lost. They had a great fight against Colorado State, but that's not a good football team. And then they played Arizona. The line on that game was like 14.5. They won on a walk-off field goal. Now, they did win. And for a lot of people, that's all that matters. I am interested.
They definitely won. And the game before that, I forget who it was, who they were supposed to get blown out by, and they came back and had a shot at winning the game. That showed me a lot.
That was USC.
Yeah, against USC. That showed me a lot. That showed that they could play with some of the teams they're not supposed to be able to play with.
Sure.
And it also is a good sign for the future. Will this hype die down next year?
So that is where I was going with this is I wonder, not just die down next year, I wonder what it looks like the rest of the year because, yes, they were locked in a game with Arizona State. Arizona State, they wanted a walk-off field goal. Not a good Arizona State team. They should have gotten blown out by SC, as Lonzo pointed out. Phenomenal comeback effort there at the end. Real close to figuring out a way to pull it off, but they got blown out by Oregon. This week they've got Stanford. If they get in a close game with Stanford, you got to wonder if those numbers don't start to come down a little bit. I would also point out that if they drop another game or 2 down the line, as they likely will, they've still got number 18 UCLA, number 15 Oregon State, number 19 Washington State, and number 16 Utah, and half of those games are on the road. If an Alabama or a Notre Dame catches up, right? If we're 3 weeks from now, we're talking about, all right, Colorado's got 60 million linear broadcast views and Alabama's got 60 and Notre Dame's got 60, then maybe this hype wears off. But if Colorado does indeed end the year with more linear broadcast views than Alabama, Notre Dame, Texas, Ohio State, LSU, Notre Dame, or Duke, Louisville, whoever else, Florida State, whatever, you do have to wonder if there aren't going to be a handful of mid-tier football programs that decide that they are going to join the celebrity former football head coaching train to see if they can capture a little magic. It won't work because there's only one Deion.
Yeah, there's only one Deion. I know my experience in my own household. My wife is a big-time Ohio State fan, and she loves the NFL, but Ohio State and South Carolina are the only teams that she usually will watch and pull for, but she wants to watch every Colorado game. And if it's on during another game, she's like, she records it so she can watch it. And that's because of Deion. It absolutely is. So he's pulling in people who are fans of other teams, diehard fans of other teams, but they like him and they want to watch and see what he's doing.
Look, you can watch. We talked professional wrestling in the last segment. Sometimes you watch in because you really like the good guy. Sometimes you watch in because you want to see the bad guy get beat up. Some people are watching Deion to watch Deion lose. They want to see him lose because they don't like what he's doing.
Yeah, but
right
I think the haters in this case won't stay.
And that's the question. If he
yeah.
takes 2 or 3 losses,
Yeah.
is there fun in watching him lose anymore, right?
Well, they're going to lose probably a couple more games.
Oh, they're going to lose 3 or 4 more games.
But they already won more than they did last year. And we talked about
They've already hit the Vegas over.
What's the eye test? What's the team look like? Are they getting better? Are they improving? Are they on their way? You absolutely got to look at it and say, this is a better team than it was last year. And the trajectory is up if he can continue to recruit the way he is and get the kids to play the way they're playing.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I am intrigued to see if they lose 2 or 3 or 4 more games, and they will. And they will. They're still going to be fine. They've already hit and overed the Vegas win total. My question is, does the shine wear off? Does the luster go away? And if so, how does that impact these numbers? Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the radio broadcast, which means it's time for this.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
We're still tweaking the exact time for what's the X, but I'm glad we are what the X, not what's the X, because if you say what's the X, it's an actual X. But what the X is going on, the first thing that's trending, is Chris Rock.
I don't know why Chris Rock is trending. I did see yesterday that Jada Pinkett Smith was trending. She apparently is back on her stuff again.
Yeah, but do you know why?
I do not.
Do you know why?
Because Chris Rock won't keep
No.
out of her mouth.
No. So you don't know.
I have
So
no
this
idea.
is like breaking news for you.
It is.
Jada and Will have been split for 6 years.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Stop it.
That's why Chris Rock is
Stop
trending.
it.
Look it up. You got a computer? You got a computer?
What? No.
Yeah. So
So this is like
this broke yesterday. She did it. She broke it.
she came out and was like, we've been split up.
Yeah, for 6 years. Yeah.
What the hell?
Exactly.
What was
Exactly.
you so mad at, bro?
Exactly.
Oh, wait. So why didn't this is stay quiet when Will's whole career was dying? Okay, first off, Jada Pinkett Smith's not a good person. All right.
She doesn't appear to be
She's not a good person.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to say at this point that she is not a good person. But she sat there and she let Will get dragged for defending her when they're not even together. After, by the way, she, while they were married, was out there doing his son's friends and bragging about her shenanigans and enjoyment with Tupac back in the day. So Will got slapped and dragged, Chris got slapped and Will got dragged for no reason so that Jada could what?
Don't you want to hear Chris Rock's next stand-up? Because he's going to address that, and it's going to be...
No, I don't care. I want to hear from Will. Will, my guy, why would you let this Dude, what? Will, what do you do? Will Smith,
I can't believe you didn't see this.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
So all right, so hang on. So Will Smith had arguably one of the largest drop-offs from one of the most beloved celebrities in American history to a dude who gets mocked relentlessly, and he did it for a chick he hasn't been with since 2016? That's what you're telling me right now, internet? I am lost, dude.
All right, one last thing. Bigfoot is trending. There's a video. Check it out after the show.
I know. I can't move on from this. What are we doing?
You got to move on because we got to go.
Yeah, we may have to talk more about this tomorrow. Yeah. Also, it's a dude in a monkey costume. It's always a dude in a monkey costume. Have a lovely day. We'll see you back here tomorrow. We will break down all the weekend's games on tomorrow's edition of the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah.
James, stop, dude.
All right, just squat it down. Your camera, I'll do it.
What?
Yeah, I know. Stop.
What? It blew me away. I had no idea.
All right, just squat it down. Yeah, let me see your camera, I'll do it.
All right. Here it is. The Bigfoot footage, you guys.
All right, don't blink because you're going to see him. You already missed him. He's in the distance and he sits down.
All All right, just squat it
Definitely sits down like a Bigfoot because a real person
Yeah.
would not do that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You know, if you're in a
we know how Bigfoots would sit because we see them sit.
well, yeah, if you're in a costume, you can't sit down like what the Bigfoot does.
No, for sure. We definitely don't see
The
movies.
Bigfoot's out in the middle of nowhere. How'd he get out there? Because he lives there. He lives there.
And then walked.
Yeah, let me see your camera. I'll do it.
What is this? What is this? What are we doing up here? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't understand. There are people who are going to watch this now and just going to be convinced that's definitely a Bigfoot and not a guy in another costume.
I think it definitely could be a Bigfoot.
Yeah, let me see your camera. I'll do it.
I don't automatically discount it. I don't even, yeah, because that's from a train. You couldn't set that up from a train.
Yeah, no. You
Yeah, I
definitely
mean,
don't know
they just
when
happen to
a
be
train
looking
is
out.
gonna go by an open field
That's
because
fine.
those things
There he is
don't
again. Look, he's going to sit down.
Honestly run on schedules where you know exactly where they'll be at all time. Do they, Joey B, who literally does this for a living? That doesn't happen.
Come on, man. Trains don't run on
Can we go
time.
back to Jada? Stop. We gotta go. I gotta go back. Listen, I don't ordinarily care about celebrity relationships. Like, I pull for the ones I like. If I don't, whatever, I don't care. But you are telling me that my guy Will Smith, who I would have argued pre the slap, was one of, and I'm going to say all time, probably one of the most top 10 most beloved American celebrities of all time, right? Will Smith did not miss for decades. Will Smith did not miss. My dude went after Chris Rock, another beloved American celebrity. He went after Chris Rock for saying his wife's name, who was not his wife. I mean, technically, I guess, was his wife, but they had not been in a relationship together since 2016. And got what the hell, Will? Dude, I don't like this word. I don't understand it's a real thing. I'm not saying it's not a real thing. I'm saying a lot of people who are idiots throw it around too much. But the word cuck just came to mind for me, all right? I think it's an overused word. I think there's a lot of smooth-brained morons who use that word to describe anyone that they don't think is an alpha male, which is another dumb thing that gets thrown around too much.
But what was the word you said?
Cuck? You know what a cuck is?
I didn't.
Okay.
Now I've seen it, but I didn't know what it meant, and now I do, and I don't feel comfortable even hearing you say it on the internet. But
A
I mean,
cuck is a dude who accepts.
why can't we just say whipped?
And some people enjoy, because that's not the same
It's
thing.
just not the same thing.
That's not the same thing.
Okay.
You can be whipped and not a cuck. You can be cucked and not whipped. There is a difference.
Why does this sound like S&M? I know it's
not.
Okay.
It's
all right.
not. A cuck is somebody who enjoys watching their significant other have adult recreational time with someone else.
It's like a swinger, but you're not participating.
Yeah. So the premise is
all right.
someone else is performing on your lady. And all you can do is sit there and watch it because you can't stop it. And there are dudes like that's their sexual preference. And again, I don't care what anybody does behind closed doors. It's not for me. It's for you. Whatever, that's your thing. And it has become this insult, and I'm fine with that. Also, yes, that face was amazing. I saw the same thing, Zach. Thank you for pointing that out. So you are telling me that my dog Will,
I don't know if I call him your dog now.
decided to go that route. Now, maybe he's into this. Maybe this is his fetish. And if he is, then I take all my judgment back, and that is fine. But dude, you threw away one of the greatest Hollywood legacies of all time to defend a woman, because there's no way Jada's been celibate for 6 years if you haven't been together. You went to bat for that lady you haven't been with for 6 years and wasted your whole legacy on that woman, notoriously not good person, Jada Pinkett Smith. That's what you did? Will, my guy, what are we doing here, bro? What are we doing?
It's not very often that an ex, a trend or whatever, can do this to
I'm
Rob.
blown away. I don't understand.
Amen.
No, I will not. I will move the microphone away, but I will not. I am off the air. I can yell now. What are we doing, Will? You were the dude for 20 plus years. If there was an action film, Will Smith was in it. If there was a heartfelt comedy, Will Smith could do it. If there was aliens taking over the world that needed to be stopped, Will Smith was there with the Nora Liza hypnotizer. What? You threw it away for her? Will? Bro, that's the biggest bruh in recent memory.
Love makes you do some weird things, even if it's only
That
one-sided.
can't be love, man.
You can love someone who doesn't love you the same way. It's possible.
Oh, dude. That's pathetic.
Yeah, according to rumor, he is not innocent in all this either. But really, it comes down to
Madre said, why is the blame only on her? I'll tell you why, Madre, because you may not have heard this story. 2 reasons. Number one, apparently years ago, and this has been, I don't want to say confirmed, but it's been confirmed by people.
Didn't she talk about it on her red whatever thing? You know?
She, not only when her and Will were together very earlier in the relationship, went to bed with Tupac. Hey, whatever. You were young. Have fun. But she repeatedly talked about how great that action was with Tupac while married to Will, and he just let her do it. Then she slept with one of her son's friends and talked about it while she was married to Will and talked about that publicly as if no big deal, that's fine. And then she's not a good person. And now I got to tell you, Zach's spot on. For somebody who grew up with Uncle Phil in their life, Will, this ain't very Uncle Phil of you, buddy. James Avery is disappointed.
He's no longer with us and probably would have stepped in if he were.
Yes.
If he's anything like his character.
Steven said, quit rotting Zoe's innocent brain. Bless his heart. That is correct. Bless his heart.
I believe it was Britney Spears who said, I'm not that innocent.
Oops. She did it again. Oh, Brit. What are we? I can't comprehend this. I can't. The Miami not kneel down bothered me less than this bothers me.
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, the fact that we're 3.5 minutes past technically like almost 10 minutes because of the break, and you're still on stream.
Because I don't understand. Yeah. Somebody explain this to me. Like I said, listen. Consenting adults can do whatever they want in their relationship, and you have my full support. I don't care. It may not be for me, but if you're 2 consenting adults or 3 or more consenting adults, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. It ain't my life. I'm not here to legislate how you live yours. All right? I don't care. I do not understand and find fascinating the fact that this man would throw away one of the most iconic Hollywood careers because he could still make blockbusters of any genre. Comedy, action, rom-com, whatever. He could do all of it. And he threw all of that away for Jada Pinkett. What? Will.
Maybe she does something for him that no one else can.
They've been separated 6 years.
That doesn't mean
if they were married, I could at least go.
That doesn't mean things ain't still going on. I'm just saying.
I mean, the fact that she talks about everybody's Undertaker except his. All right.
Way to tie that in.
That's called a callback in the comedy world.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. All right.
Bye, everybody. You're welcome.
I got to go process this. I don't understand. Unless y'all want to keep talking about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, because not going to lie, our viewership is about as high as it's been all day today. So maybe we should get rid of the sports aspect of the show.
Can't do that. We got to.
I don't understand. What is happening? All right. Coming up on tomorrow's post-game show, we'll break down what happened to Nick Jonas and what's her name from Game of Thrones? Sophie.
Has to do with the Ring camera. It's very interesting.
It is. That actually sucks. I actually hate that story. Because he's the blame. He's the piece of junk in that story. He said with a base knowledge of what has been presented to him by gossip websites. What a joke. Will, call me, bro. Let me talk you through this, Will. Let me help. Will, if you're watching, holler at me. You've got my number. Let me know. Let me talk you through this because why, bro? I want Men in Black. How many Men in Blacks have there been? 3?
Yeah, I think
There's been 3, but he wasn't in the third one, right? The third one was Thor.
Oh, that's the 4th one. Yeah.
I thought there was 3.
No, there's 4. There's 4. That was international. I never even watched that one.
Men in Black 3.
No, 3's
was the one with
where you
Josh Brolin.
Yeah, and you find out that his dad
being young Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, which was excellent.
Which he did a great job of. So I want Men in Black 5 with Will Smith back, and you took that away from us, Will, for Jada. Yes, Sansa Stark. She deserves so much better. All right? What are you doing, Jonas Brother number 2? What are you doing, man? What a waste. The new one has Jada in it. Comes out in August. Boycott immediately.
Does this mean we can't watch Matrix anymore since Jada's in it?
I don't know, man. I feel
or
like
do you
that's
watch it? Do you watch and wonder who she was with on the set?
Who did she call Will and go, you know who I Undertaker this week? And you'll sit there and listen to me talk about it? If you've never listened to her podcast, do yourself a favor and don't.
Yeah, it's
trash.
It doesn't interest me. So I mean,
it's awful, man. I don't get it. I just don't get it. What are we doing here?
All right. Yeah, Morpheus. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to
the red pill or the blue pill.
Will.
I got work to do, man. In this
Go
thing.
do it. You can end it. You can leave me. I got this. I don't understand. All right, I am going. I'm going. Thanks everybody for watching. Come back tomorrow. I can't promise this isn't going to make its way onto the show tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. I'll see if I get over it between now and 6 a.m. tomorrow.
You won't.
I probably will not. Have a great day. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.